Okay, check, sound check. Right? Sound check, okay.
Congratulations, it's all perfectly organized. Looks good.
السلام عليكم. يعني لو تسمحون الله يحفظكم to be seated. نحن we will be starting يعني very soon. حياكم الله.
Start. Okay. Your Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman Al Saud, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, President Chan, honoured guests, KAUST colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Professor Donald Bradley, and it is my great pleasure as Vice President for Research to welcome you all to the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative launch event. Today, we celebrate and showcase the work of many KAUST researchers who have answered the call to redouble their efforts to address the global challenge of climate change. They are doing this through a concerted action provided by the circular carbon economy paradigm, which, given the urgency of the need, is appropriately technology agnostic, pragmatic, and outcome focused. I will outline the agenda for our event in a short while, but first it is an absolute honour to introduce His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz, Minister of Energy, who in his more than 30 years service at the Ministry has successfully navigated many major challenges. His Royal Highness has conspicuously led the effort over the past year to bring the concerted action of the circular carbon economy to the attention of the Kingdom and to convince the global community of its many merits, culminating in endorsement of the Circular Carbon Economy platform at the G20 Leaders Summit on the 22nd of November. This outstanding achievement is testament to His Royal Highness's drive, diplomacy, and determination, for which we are all exceptionally grateful. It has been a great pleasure and honour for KAUST to be able to contribute to this effort, especially through our participation in the Circular Carbon Economy National Programme Task Force, alongside many wonderful colleagues from the Ministry, from Saudi Aramco, SABIC, CAPSARC, and our other partners. We are truly indebted to His Royal Highness for finding time in his impossible schedule to grace our event, and we are most eager to hear more about his vision and wishes for the development of the circular carbon economy, both here within the Kingdom and globally. So, without further ado, I humbly request His Royal Highness to take the virtual podium.
Thank you, Donald. You've always been gracious with your time and your contribution and your involvement in what you believe in. And that goes for all of my friends and colleagues at KAUST. And to those who also worked in this joint endeavor, which, in my judgment, enabled me to enjoy a proud moment for all of us, those who worked in this, and a proud moment for the country and our leadership. It is something that would continue to put us in the map. And as I've said for months, that we are not going to be part of the problem nor part of the solution, but our challenge, forthcoming challenge, is to be leading in creating solutions. And I believe KAUST, KFUPM, KAUST, Aramco, SABIC, CAPSARC, and others that will be part of the national program, and I would call it national story. We're providing ourselves with a challenge, and we will continue our aspiration to meet that challenge and prove to the world that we are leading in creating that solution and many solutions. However, we opted to the things that we know best. That there are things that can be done alone, and there are things that cannot be done alone, and you need to fit yourself with an international web of aspiring and serious partners that also would like to pioneer solutions and pioneer ways forward to ensure that we all can achieve the possible. I think with seriousness, with commitment, I think there is nothing impossible, but possible is is our endeavor. Without much ado, KAUST has always been a pioneer in the pathway to innovation, and today it takes another big step along the road, which will benefit not only the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but the whole world. This initiative is well timed. Only last month, we staged the first virtual leader summit of the G20 group, and under the presidency of Saudi Arabia. The summit, as you all know, had endorsed the framework of the circular carbon economy as a strategy to tackle one of the most pressing challenges facing us all, climate change and the threat it brings to lives and livelihood across the world. It is my firm belief that cleaner energy is a vital imperative to humanity if we are to reduce harmful greenhouse gases emissions and reach to the target of the Paris Agreement by 2050. Saudi Arabia is an enthusiastic advocate of this campaign, and through the principle of circular carbon economy, we stand ready and committed to play out a part in the global efforts. As a leading producer of hydrocarbon fuels, we are a vital contributor to the search for a solution to climate change challenges. This was recognized by the G20 leaders when they gave their their backing to our strategy, acknowledging circular carbon economy framework to be a holistic, inclusive, and pragmatic strategy for managing greenhouse gases emissions. Their endorsement was advanced of the fact that we must examine all possibilities and the campaign for clearer energy, rather than adopt a prospective formula. There is no one-size-fits-all in the global energy challenge, simply because each and every country is endowed with different endowments and facing different challenges, and obviously have a different set of priorities. So what is the circular carbon economy? It is an integrated approach toward managing emission, reflecting the cycles of nature itself, encapsulated in the 4 R's. I think by now all of you, I think not only you know it, but they are probably much more equipped to explain it than the humble person talking to you. So I'll move and away from describing them. But it's the usual thing, reduce, reuse, recycle, and definitely remove. The 4R techniques are described in full details of the CCE website of the King Abdullah Petroleum Study of Research and Center, and in collaboration with the respected international bodies like the International Energy Agency, International Renewable Energy Agency, the Nuclear Energy Agency, and the Global CCS Institute, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation, or OECD. That platform or that guidance it was crucial for us to make sure that we internationalize it, and we ensure that there is a serious buying in as a way to legitimize forward and enhance the ability and possibility of endorsing it at the G20. But our efforts do not end there, because Saudi Arabia did not do this as a way to advertise itself during its presidency. Wholeheartedly, we do believe in the concept. Wholeheartedly, we believe that it would enable us to ensure that our sustainability program, which is something I've talked to Tony about, And I would love to have a time that we could socialize with you as KAUST on what we need to do with our sustainability of hydrocarbon use program. That program, one of the main pillars of that program would be the CCE. So we have to have these two challenges work in parallel, how we can enhance the ability of using our hydrocarbons through the creation of different uses or preserving the current uses, and look for ways and means of utilizing our hydrocarbons in different uses that are not conventional, but go forward with the challenge of finding ways and means of monetizing our hydrocarbon in a different approaches, again, in the form of maintaining or preserving demand, or hopefully encouraging the growth of demand. The second part of the challenge is how we can do all of that, yet maintaining our record, not only maintaining, but enhancing our record of being mindful of climate change and what it takes to do all of that without producing any additional emissions that might not be making that sustainability program more appealing. In fact, we want to make sure that it becomes more appealing by being mindful of the issue of climate change and emissions, and collaborate these two programs into a set of programs that each and everyone would lean on the other. It would be my wish that one day we could share it and making sure that it becomes a common challenge, not only for the energy ecosystem, but also for KAUST. And I believe that KAUST has the right competence, has the right setup, and has the right labs and institution, and also endeavors that would make working together in these two programs an issue of not only a luxury, but actually an essential necessity. Realizing realizing our mission and vision does take a lot of collaboration. So with this CCE and how we achieved this endorsement is a testament for putting together our heads together, working in a mechanisms that preserve the mandates of these institutions such as KAUST, yet finding meaningful way of collaborating where each can benefit from the existence of the other is something that I have achieved personally, and I'm so proud of that achievement. But that achievement is not necessarily attributed to me. In fact, it could not be attributed to me, because without the will of other institutions, other individuals, in believing that working collaboratively will achieve us much better results for all, and creating the ecosystem, as I was saying earlier, that enable cooperation rather than inhibit cooperation. And I would say that the best pillar for such a collaboration schemes is to ensure that you become mindful of the mandates of these institutions and their governance. So without interfering in their mandates and their governance, you can work out arrangements that can assure collaboration is probably the first bedrock for any collective efforts. The second is to make sure that you bring something to the table, that each and every party has an added value to contribute, whereby the other proponents would see that there is a merit for working collaboratively, because you add substance. And without the addition of substance, you have no room you have no seat at the table. So putting together a group of working on some type of endeavor, you need to ensure that each of these parties has something to deliver and some substance to add in terms of enhancing the value of and the contribution they make. And then you have to work on an approach where you make sure the sense of ownership is magnified, because without that sense of ownership, you would not be getting the right amount of buying in. And that buying in, not only an ownership, not only has to be also achieved on the institution level, but even in the individual level. We all, as individuals, we look for the institutions that will lead us to achieve as individuals the most. So in the case of KAUST, I'm sure that almost all of you had made that choice to move and work for KAUST because you felt KAUST will enable you to achieve your personal goals and personal endeavors. So as also institutions. So the idea here is that you enable the institutions to feel and sense the ownership as a way to enhance their ability to see them working with a sense of buying in. But we should also transcend that to the individuals. That even in the within KAUST or within KABSARC or within Aramco and what have you, that people that are working these schemes should feel that sense of ownership, because without which we would not get the individual buying in. And I believe that what we have witnessed over the last few months or a year or so is something that can testify that not only the institution were working collaboratively and with this sense of ownership and that sense of buying in, but I can testify before you that every single individual who worked on the deliverance, if you call it, of the endorsement of the CCE at the international level, and what a climax, the G20. I honestly believe if there was not the serious buying in and sense of ownership between the institution and the individuals, this thing could not have happened and could not have become a reality as we see it today. That spirit, that approach, needs to continue, because it would be, again, the base for achieving what we have promised the world to achieve, which is, again, leading the way in ensuring that CCE will deliver us all with all the diversity and with all the different inputs and with all the different quests and the pragmatism that it brings to enable people to focus more on the issue of reducing emissions. That should have been the common denominator, and that should continue to be the common denominator. I'm very grateful for giving me this opportunity, but I couldn't skip the opportunity to talk to this leading institution and to the magnificent team that does encompass. The team encompasses KAUST. KAUST does not encompass the team. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Please join me in thanking His Royal Highness for such an inspiring and motivational speech. There is clearly very much for us all to think of, and even more to do. We additionally thank His Royal Highness for his very kind words about KAUST and our collective contributions to supporting the Kingdom's Circular Carbon Economy National Programme. Please rest assured, Your Highness, that KAUST is fully committed to playing our part in progressing the programme and to making it a success. Thank you very much.
Would you excuse me, Donald, and my friends and colleagues? I have, as you have said, the diversity of so many things to do, but hopefully they will turn this country to a better country, inshallah, with the help of everybody, inshallah. So if you permit me to leave, I'd be grateful.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Thank you.
My second honour today is to be able to call on KAUST President Dr. Tony Chan to introduce KAUST and to deliver his words of welcome on behalf of KAUST to all of our guests. President Chan has been an ardent supporter of our new Circular Carbon Initiative from its inception, and I know that he sees it as one of the key priorities for KAUST research going forward. President Chan.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Your Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honored guests, KAUST colleagues and friends. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for honoring us with your opening remarks and for your clear vision of our collective pursuit of a circular carbon economy. Thank you, Vice President Donald Bradley and Professor Jorge Gascon, who will address us later, as well as other faculty members and staff, for your leadership and effort in setting up this initiative on circular carbon economy. Now, it's quite evident from the remark you just heard from the Royal Highness that KAUST, we call CCI, Circular Carbon Initiative, is our contribution to the Kingdom's Circular Carbon Economy National Program. We hope it will be a key contribution, an important contribution that itself, in turn, is a part of a global effort for lowering the greenhouse burden of the atmosphere, which is now enshrined in the 2020 G20 Leaders Declaration that just came out a few days ago, really a week ago. So allow me to reinforce an important point that His Royal Highness has raised multiple times in his remark we just heard, but also elsewhere. The problem is our changing climate, and the solution is captured in what should be a defining document of our generation, namely the Paris Agreement. Article 4 of this agreement urges all nations to undertake rapid reduction thereafter in accordance with best available science, so as to achieve a balance between anthropogenic emissions by sources and removals by sinks of greenhouse gases. The United Nations Environmental Programme's assessment is frankly bleak, as countries continue to miss their commitments to reducing greenhouse gases. And the so-called emission gap is widening. This gap, of course, is the difference between what we should and what we are doing in terms of reducing the greenhouse burden of the atmosphere. Now, a crucial piece that must be acknowledged and urgently addressed in order to narrow this gap is the removal of carbon dioxide from stack emissions and directly from the atmosphere. And this is why the Circular Carbon Economy platform in the G20 Leaders Declarations is really a game changer. Put simply, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has stepped up and decided to lead. And KAUST today is making a commitment to support the Kingdom and the world. It is a commitment that we are taking personally as an institution. We have decided to take tangible actions on a promise made to our children and grandchildren that we will spare them from an uncertain future brought about by the multifaceted impacts of our changing climate system. It is personal because we are putting the knowledge and technology that we have generated here at KAUST to the test. Can we offer tangible and acceptable solutions to the 4 R's of reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove? It is also personal because KAUST was created precisely for this reason, to generate knowledge and translate it for human benefit. Although we are launching the Circular Carbon Initiatives today, KAUST has had a long record in formulating the intellectual and scientific underpinning for this circular carbon economy strategy. It is therefore not a coincidence that our Vice President Bradley, Professor Gascon, Professors Duarte, McCabe, Dowdy, Roberts, and Serrati, many of them are here, as well as our G20 and S20 Secretariat, have been busy for over a year now in contributing to two key G20 working groups that help deliver the circular carbon economy agenda to the G20. So this group, the first one is the Climate Stewardship Working Group, and the second one is the Energy Sustainability Working Group. The adoption of the Circular Carbon Economy platform in the G20 Leaders Declaration was the result of the strong leadership of His Royal Highness, we just heard, and the heroic effort of many contributors, including those from KAUST. Indeed, to be frank, we all quietly celebrated here at KAUST upon hearing and reading the Leaders' Declarations. We read it immediately after they came out. Today, we take the extra step of showing leadership in research and translation under the theme of circular carbon economy by launching the Circular Carbon Initiative at KAUST. Given that the real problem is our changing climate, the goal of the Circular Carbon Economy platform must be to employ technology, natural solutions, and actions that are climate positive. Reversing the unabated increase of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is not just about excluding hydrocarbons and fossil fuels in our energy future or near future. The focus should be on mitigating an impending global climate catastrophe. And we must do this by employing the best solution, be it policy, technology, or other action to reduce carbon dioxide levels. In other words, we need to be inclusive in our approach to reducing carbon dioxide emissions. Inclusive means employing all promising technologies behind the 4 Rs. In practice, this is accomplished by promoting renewables, improving fuel efficiency, reducing emissions, capturing carbon dioxide, and either utilizing them or sequestering them in natural carbon sinks and geological storage. In addition to individual faculty research, KAUST has also deployed our KAUST research centers, which by design are not only goal-oriented, but are likewise driven by translation capabilities from proof of concept, upscaling technologies, as well as piloting deployment. Later today, for example, we'll be signing an agreement with NEOM, and there's several representatives from NEOM here, that will enable deployment and upscaling of important circular carbon technologies. The KAUST Research Center that have been involved in various facets of the circular carbon economy include quite a number. The KAUST Catalysis Center, the Clean Combustion Research Center, KAUST Solar Center, Advanced Membrane and Porous Materials Center, Petroleum Engineering Research Center. In these centers such as the Red Sea Research Center, Water Desalination and Reuse Center, and the Center for Desert Agriculture are also involved. So of the total of about a dozen of our research centers, you can count 2/3 of our research centers are involved in this initiative. The circular carbon economy research theme is also patently transdisciplinary. So I encourage KAUST faculty from all of our 3 divisions to get involved in the circular carbon initiative. It is equally important to get a sense of missing expertise or infrastructure, if any, so we can identify additional national and global partners with complementary expertise. Indeed, one of the examples, and you'll hear later, is Dr. Bill McDonald, who is now signed on to as an distinguished adjunct professor at KAUST. He will be giving a speech later on this program, and he is here at KAUST precisely for this reason, because we don't have this kind of expertise yet. Now, the time is right for KAUST to mobilize its world-class expertise in the field of circular carbon economy, especially at this time when there's a strong global push for a green recovery approach to our post-COVID world. At the KAUST CCI exhibits next door and also in the next hall, I hope you all get to appreciate the diverse, foresightful, and innovative ideas of our research community. I urge all of you to be part of this initiative one way or another. We need all hands on deck in finding solutions to what could be the defining challenge of our generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chan, for your enthusiastic encouragement to all that are involved in the initiative and for the strength of your support and commitment. I would now like to run through the rest of the agenda with you before saying a few personal words about the initiative. So we're delighted to be able to welcome colleagues from the Ministry of Energy, Dr. Gaston Falata and Mr. Yehia Koja, who will outline the scope and structure of the new Circular Carbon Economy National Programme. Professor Jorge Gascon, the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative lead, will then introduce the science and engineering details of the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative and outline our strategic focus, comprising 5 thrusts that directly address the 4 R's of carbon management, so reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. Professor Gascon's presentation will be followed by our special plenary lecture, A Circular Carbon Economy, delivered by KAUST Distinguished Research Professor Bill McDonough, a practicing architect who has contributed enormously to the rethinking of economy in light of the global climate crisis. Following the Cradle to Cradle manifesto that he developed with colleague Michael Braungart in their 2002 book, Cradle to Cradle, Remaking the Way We Make Things, Professor McDonough has been a very visible contributor to raising the debate on the circular carbon economy. Thank you, Professor McDonough, for joining us from Virginia later. We are immensely pleased to have you with us, and we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Professor Carlos Duarte from KAUST will formally introduce Professor McDonough before his talk. After Professor McDonough's talk, Ms. Nufi Mann, Science and Innovation Advisor at the British Consulate General in Jeddah, will kindly introduce the new United Kingdom Earthshot Prize, recently launched by His Royal Highness Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, which is focused on finding solutions to repair the planet by 2030. KAUST is very pleased to have been selected as one of the nominating bodies for this prize, and we're delighted to host Ms. Iman to give us an overview of the prize and the nomination process. The next item will be the first showing of the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative video produced by KAUST Global Branding and Communications, for which our thanks go to Mr. Mulqueen and his team. And then after the video, we will start the tours of the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative Expo. Part 1 will take in our exhibits on the city of the future, farming of the future, nature-based solutions, and closing the CO2 cycle. Part 2 of the Expo will cover Nomad Desert Solutions, and Part 3, our gas station of the future, in collaboration with Saudi Aramco and McLaren Racing Limited. Refreshments will be provided in the foyer on level 2 of Building 20 after the Expo tours, and we will then have a series of live interviews and broadcasting of additional footage in the Mosti Lecture Theatre, which is downstairs in this building between 4 and 5 p.m., and we very much welcome delegates to enjoy that part of the event. Then, as President Chan has already noted, we will have the signing of an MOU between NEOM and KAUST to progress deployment of a new cryogenic carbon capture technology that is featured in Part 1 of the Expo next door, and President Chan and NEOM CEO Nadmi Al-Nasser will sign the agreement. So finally, a few words on the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative from the perspective of the Vice President for Research. The Circular Carbon Economy platform endorsed by the G20 Leaders Summit resonates fully with the vision and ambition of KAUST to tackle global challenges through concerted science and engineering action. We have the strong disciplinary background on which such initiatives can be successfully built, and we have been investing for quite some years in the talent and resources needed to drive forward a wide variety of technology solutions that address the 4 R's. Our new Circular Carbon Initiative draws everything together in the technology agnostic, pragmatic, and outcome-focused manner that will be essential for progress. It also confronts us with the practical challenges of scale-up and deployment that we are enthusiastically embracing together with colleagues from KAUST's Innovation and Economic Development team, led by Dr. Kevin Cullen, and our partners at Aramco, SABIC, NEOM, and many other entities. Today's MOU signing with NEOM is a clear example of how much progress is being made. In addition, we scientists and engineers at KAUST must now step into the realms of economics and policy, and we very gladly embrace the opportunity to be mentored in this realm by KAUST President Adam Ziminski and his colleagues, and by our new KAUST colleague, Professor Bill McDonough. KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative team, led by Professor Jorge Gascon, has enthusiastically answered the call initiated by His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz, and I trust that you will agree, following today's event, that this KAUST initiative offers a compelling contribution to the world's shared target of stabilizing our climate. Thank you very much. So I would now like to call on our colleagues from the Ministry of Energy, Dr. Ghassan Falata and Mr. Yehia Koja, to come and present for us the Circular Carbon Economy National Programme.
I would lend you mine, but I don't think that's a great idea. Okay. Your Royal Highnesses, dear honored and distinguished guests, and viewers watching from afar, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. My name is Yehia Koja. I'm from the Ministry of Energy, and on behalf of the amazing men and women working alongside us on developing the national program, it is our pleasure to tell you our story here today. So I'll start by telling our story by first giving you the motivation of why did we even create a national program focused on the circular carbon economy. And then I will tell you of how we took the 4Rs concept and converted it into a strategic approach where we have clear objectives and metrics to ensure our success. And lastly, I will conclude by sharing with you the path forward and how we will continue to work together. And my favorite word that resonated so far from all the great speeches we've heard is the word partnership and collaboration, because this is truly a team effort and not a one-man show or one organizational show. So with that, allow me to get started and share with you first our motivation for creating the national program. Now, as we are all aware, climate change is an increasingly important issue globally. Temperatures have risen since the mid-20th century to about 1 degree Celsius. And we are today at an inflection point where it is our opportunity to act to curb this continuous increase and rampant increase in temperature. Now, many have pledged globally, and many global leaders have pledged to create programs and initiatives in order to curb this increase in temperature rise. Our view, our opinion is that what we see today is a rather narrow approach. And by narrow approach, allow me to qualify that, we mean that it's mostly focused on renewable energy and energy efficiency. So essentially reducing the use of hydrocarbons and fossil fuels in order to reduce production of additional emissions. Now, this is a valiant effort and it is to be commended. However, we truly believe, and that's why we call it a narrow approach, that it is not enough. It focuses on many of the other challenges and technologies that could be leveraged and used in order to remove, recycle, and reduce current emissions. Now, as you can see in front of you, based on some publications and open source studies by the IEA, we can see that based on current scenarios or promised frameworks, and if we contrast that to a more sustainable approach or development trajectory based on the Paris Agreement obligations or ambitions that were communicated, we see that this creates a delta of about 30 million barrels per day in hydrocarbon consumption. Now, of course, for a country like Saudi Arabia that is based heavily on hydrocarbons, but in addition to our friends in OPEC or OPEC Plus, this is a big challenge. But there are even more challenges to this narrow approach, even to non-hydrocarbon producers. So, for example, this creates an inefficiency in terms of using existent infrastructures. How would we use our existing power plants or continue to use our existing pipelines in an efficient way? We cannot just simply neglect them and forget about them. How would we continue to create and provide energy access for many around the world to enjoy reliably and safely? Now, again, renewables have many challenges, whether from a cost perspective or from an intermittence perspective, and we are working to address these challenges, which is quite important. However, until we reach that point, there are many more immediate challenges that need to be addressed. And of course, also create challenges to abate sectors, such as aviation, logistics, and many more that cannot be directly addressed through the renewables or directly addressed through energy efficiency efforts. Now, I realize this would be a brutal place to stop my presentation and just walk away, leaving you with this bleak and grim scenario. But luckily, this is only the beginning, and I have many more slides to share with you the solutions that we've put in place and, again, created together in order to address this. So first, a quick review, and Dr. Qasim and I were joking that because of the knowledge that many have in this presentation, this slide would have probably been more fun to create as a pop quiz for everyone to fill in the gaps. But just to create a quick primer on what do we mean by 4 Rs and what's special about the circular carbon economy. So now initially we know the linear economy simply is the production of hydrocarbons, consuming them, and then releasing the emissions to the atmosphere, which is not very sustainable nor responsible. And our response to that is to have a more holistic and inclusive approach that is essentially what I describe as a suite of solutions covering the 4 Rs. We can reduce the amount of emissions, we can reuse them as they are, we can recycle them through chemical alteration, or remove them through various technologies or implementations and natural sinks. Now, what is more interesting, because this is probably very familiar to many in the room and watching us, but what is more familiar is how did we take this familiar 4R approach and transfer it and make a national program and strategy out of it. So what you can see in front of you, we started by first looking at all the 4 Rs and technologies provided under these 4 Rs, whether it is from energy efficiency, low carbon fuels, natural sinks, direct air capture. And we started to contrast this against the various opportunities in the highly emitting sectors, such as oil and gas, transportation, agriculture, and what have you. Now, of course, all of this sits on an important bed of enablers, such as policy and regulation, funding, technical data sets and standards, and many more, like international engagement and advocacy. And this is how together, and you're going to see more in my later slides, how we started to work together collaboratively with KAUST, with Saudi Aramco, with SABIC, with CAPSARC, and many more entities, and we are even engaging many more entities almost every week or every month to continue to collaborate together and build this program out. Now, we have 3 key objectives that we have identified for this program. So the first one is obviously climate protection. As we have all heard from the word and opening remarks of His Royal Highness, this is not just a pet project or something that we take lightly. The climate change issue or global issue is something that needs to be addressed seriously, immediately, and practically. And this is a big reason of why we created the CCE national program. I can remember the other 2 by the time we bring up the 2 slides. It's a good test for my memory. The other factor or objective that we have in order for the program to succeed is creating global leadership and furthering the global leadership of Saudi Arabia. So we are continuously working with many global leaders and entities and organizations around the world in order to ensure that we are addressing the climate change issue correctly and collaboratively. And of course, all of this has many socio-economic objectives and positive impact that we want to create. There are additional jobs that we can create. There is additional GDP impact and upliftment that we can create through this program. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it is not enough for us to just have objectives, but we also need to have clear and understandable and measurable metrics in order to ensure that we are progressing towards our objectives. So we have worked very hard with many of our collaborators and partners in order to come up with these 6 high-level key objectives. So first, we're going to look at the socioeconomic impact. How many jobs did we create? How much investment did we attract? What was the positive impact on GDP that resulted from our efforts? Of course, we will also look at each one of the 4 Rs and the emissions that were avoided or abated as a result of each R. And lastly, we will contrast or create a composite metric out of the previous 5, which we call emissions intensity. So how much GDP did we create, or how much how much tons per annum did we remove of CO2 per dollars of GDP in the economy. Now, with that being said, allow me to give you more of a view on what is our timeline and what has been our story so far and where are we heading with this. So this idea is actually in the works, and as we have heard from President Chan and from His Royal Highness as well, it has been in the work for a little over a year. So ever since October of 2019 in the FII, that's when the inception of the Circular Carbon Economy program started. And we started to socialize this idea and discuss it within a smaller circle compared to where we are today. And it became very evident that there is a lot of merit and a lot of potential for this idea to be developed further and progressed further. And that's essentially what we did. So we spent the first half of this year focusing on how can we develop the structure and framework for this program. We started to think about what is the concept here? What is the reason for developing this program? What would the framework look like? And who would be the essential partners for us to collaborate with? And again, I would like to extend our gratitude to all of our partners, starting with KAUST and of course Saudi Aramco and many more. And now we are at an important point where we are continuing and finalizing the last pieces of design for our program. Now, obviously, this will not be set in stone and will continue to be relatively dynamic. However, we want to have the key foundations set in place so then we can start execution as of early next year or with the start of next year. Now, allow me to share with you a quick glimpse. We have repeatedly said we've been collaborating with many others within this program and working on various topics. So allow me to give you a little bit more concrete examples of what is it exactly that we're doing as part of this program. So essentially, we have 4 themes or 4 teams that we are leading as part of the national program. First, we have a team dedicated for CCE applications, and that team has done a global sweep on many applications regardless of their current phase. They have identified their potential. Are they currently in R&D, pilots, or commercial scale? And what would it take for these technologies to be leveraged here in the kingdom for the CCE program? Second, we have a team dedicated on metrics and also measurement and setting targets. And this team is now doing a buildup of a database of national initiatives happening across Saudi Arabia, whether it is in operating companies in the oil and gas sector, such as Aramco, or companies in the petrochemical sector, or many other highly emitting sectors in the kingdom. The objective there is that we then have a much more accurate view of how much can we reduce or abate in terms of emissions, and also what are the scenarios for us and what are the costs that would be associated with reducing emissions into the future. Third, we have a team that is looking at the sustainability and funding of many of these initiatives. Because as I mentioned, in order for this program to be realistic and pragmatic, we have to really dig deep and answer the question, how can this program be sustainable and stand on its own feet? So this team did a global benchmark of many CCE-related initiatives in hydrogen, in CCUS, in many different applications. They have looked at how are these funded and what are the options for funding our programs here in Saudi. And last but not least, we have a dedicated team for international engagement to work with many organizations like think tanks, R&D, academic institutions, companies, associations, nonprofits, and how to engage them and continue to push CCE as a realistic, pragmatic, and inclusive framework into the future. Now, before, I was very keen, and we were very keen on all the team, that we do not end this presentation before giving a special thank you and expression of gratitude to our gracious hosts at KAUST today, and also highlight the great work that they have done with us. So as you can see in front of you, KAUST has played a major role across the various teams, steering committees, and also additional lectures. So we have both Professor Donald Bradley and Professor Carlos Duarte, who are members in our steering committee. You can see that each one of the 4 teams that I've just described has a KAUST member. In fact, Team 1 is led by Professor Mani Sarati, and the other teams have other additional KAUST professors in them as members to help guide us and ensure that we move forward. And last but not least, many more professors that don't engage with us on a regular basis were gracious with their time to come in and be guest lecturers or guests in presenting some of their work, such as Professor Hussein Hutait, Professor Duarte shared with us his work, and Professor Fagan Kam. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Again, on behalf of the amazing men and women working on this program, we are sincerely grateful for having this opportunity to share with you our story, and we continue to collaborate with you, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yehia. That was very informative. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Professor Jorge Gaston. He may take a few minutes to get to the podium. Unfortunately, he had an accident yesterday, but he is here and ready to go at you. So Jorge.
Yes, I tried before. It should work. Okay.
Closer.
Yeah. Let me just put them. Yeah. Thank you very much. Do we have a presentation? So thank you very much, Donald, for the introduction. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a privilege for me to stand before you today as we celebrate the launch of the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative. In the next 15 minutes, I will give you a flavor of the work that we are doing at KAUST to contribute to a more sustainable future and to support the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in its leadership role in the arena of the circular carbon economy. At KAUST, as it has been already stressed before, we believe that the present defines the future, and as the future builds on the foundation of the past. When it comes to circular carbon technologies, ladies and gentlemen, we can confidently say that KAUST is building on the strongest foundation. Indeed, as already mentioned before by our President and by our Vice President for Research, I can assure you that circular carbon is imprinted in the DNA of our university since the day it was incepted. In this slide, I am sure you are quite curious about the scheme. You can see the beautiful scheme that summarizes the principles and I might also say the beauty of the circular carbon economy. I will, however, use it only as a teaser because in the next lecture you will have the pleasure of having it introduced by the father of the circular carbon economy, Professor Bill McDonald. Please allow me to go directly into the main objectives of our program, the way we have decided to organize it, and more importantly, into the exciting work that we are doing at KAUST. So, the main objective of our program is highlighted here in the bottom and is basically the rapid implementation of circular carbon economy technologies and solutions. The way we want to do it because we are committed to contribute to the CCE national program, and the way we are doing it is by creating a very strong multidisciplinary network of researchers across every single division in our university. We want to do it from a completely technology agnostic manner. We want to be able to compare apples with apples when it comes to impact from different technologies. And the only way of doing that is to do it seriously and to do serious impact assessment of each one of the technologies we are working on. So the way we have started this initiative has been by designing 5 different thrusts that are aligned with the 4 R's, plus an interdisciplinary thrust that contributes to each one of these solutions. We have a thrust on CO2 capture, we have another thrust on nature-based solutions, next one on geo-based solutions, we have a thrust on e-fuels, and finally we have a thrust on renewable energies and the way of implementing renewable energies to run all these different thrusts. In the next slides, I will go through examples of work that we are doing in each one of these different thrusts, and let me start by CO2 capture. CO2 capture, I think that I don't need to introduce to this specific audience how difficult it is to capture carbon dioxide. You also know for sure that the more diluted carbon dioxide is, the more expensive it is to capture it. Well, here you have examples of streams at different concentrations. And here on the bottom, you have the figure of a metal organic framework. This metal organic framework is called KAUST 7, and I come back here now to the fact that really CC is imprinted in our DNA. This material is called KAUST 7 because it was patented on the 7th anniversary of this university, which I think gives very good testimony that we are not newcomers to this field, but that we have really been working hard in this topic for many years. Well, what this material is very special is because it can capture CO2 from very low concentration streams on a very efficient way, and it can do it even in the presence of oxygen or water, which makes it really the state of the art for this type of applications. With this technological discovery at KAUST, we are now partnering with Saudi Aramco and Svante to have a first demonstrator by the end of 2021 that will be able to capture up to 1 ton of carbon dioxide per day from natural gas combined cycle energy generation stations. Now, I mentioned that we are coming here from a completely technology agnostic way. That means that we are not only looking at adsorption-based technologies. You already had a teaser for this technology, cryogenic CO2 capture, in which we at KAUST have partnered together with Sustainable Energy Solutions to bring this very promising technology to the kingdom. At this moment, we have already here on campus, and I will really encourage all of you who are interested in visiting it to get in touch with us, and we will organize that tour. We have those 3 containers there that are able to demonstrate already cryogenic CO2 capture at the 1 ton scale. We are now testing them at KAUST. By the beginning of next year, they will be moved to Rabik and demonstrated at the place where they should operate. We want to take this opportunity not only to improve the technology, but also to put it to its grounds and know what are the limits, and if by applying this technology we can actually remove other post-treatment technologies that are used afterwards in every energy generation plant, like for instance selective catalytic reduction. So very excited about our CO2 removal projects. Let me move now to nature-based solutions. We have Professor Carlos Duarte here in the audience who's leading this part, and I think that you are also all very aware of the great promise that nature-based solutions have. What we want to bring here next to that is the scientific method to make people realize that taking the right decisions requires a good assessment of every solution that is being proposed. Things that we want people to consider is that in many cases, water usage, for instance, and CO2 emissions are very much intertwined, right? And that the last thing that we would like to encourage is solutions that bring additional problems, right? So that's why we are looking very closely into these issues. Next to that, we all know that making the right decision for policymakers is very important. For instance, when it comes to deciding what is the best nature solution for my country, in which location or in another country, there wasn't until now basically any global map that will define and will quantify and qualify the different nature-based solutions. Now we have partnered together with Geomar in Germany to create the first atlas of nature-based solutions. This is something that you can see here for a given example in which we are mapping geographically every nature-based solution so that this will be available to policymakers so that they can make the right decisions when it comes to investing in nature-based solutions. We do many more things in this space. We are looking at afforestation, restoration. We are using state-of-the-art drones and sensors to follow up afforestation and restoration, to map carbon on a global scale. We are looking at the way microbial fauna can play a role in CO2 capture, on the way ocean forest can play a role in CO2 capture. Finally, we are also striving to rebuild large stocks of large marine animals because we know for certain that this is a fantastic way of actually storing huge amounts of carbon dioxide, contributing to the remove part by nature-based solutions. I move now to our colleagues from geology, where we also have a very strong team here at KAUST. When it comes to geo-based solutions, we are looking at the best aquifers in the kingdom to store carbon dioxide in terms of easiness, of safety, and we are modeling them. We are also looking to chemistry of rocks to use mineralization as a way to remove very large amounts of carbon dioxide. We are working together with our colleagues at Aramco in improving enhanced oil recovery by using gravity-assisted enhanced oil recovery. We are developing accurate models to simulate CO2 reserves. And finally, we are looking on geological-based energy storage solutions that should allow, instead of using batteries, use geological energy to actually store renewable energy. Last but not least, we do believe that the kingdom has a great potential for geothermal energy, and we are very committed to find the best places to have geothermal energy and the best ways in which geothermal energy can be used in the kingdom. For that, we are building demonstrators that go from a single house all the way to much bigger plants. I move now to the other thrust, which deals with e-fuels. We recognize that there's a huge number of cars, planes, and other transportation means that rely nowadays on an internal combustion engine. That means that over the next few years, these are going to be used, and there's going to be some emissions associated to that. Our work here on the first part on the e-fuels is the development of drop-in fuels that are CO2 neutral or close to CO2 neutral, so that we can have a very short-term impact. For that, we are first applying artificial intelligence to define what is the best composition for these fuels. You will have an example of this, for instance, on what we are doing with McLaren. And next to that, we are developing technologies that allow recycling carbon dioxide and turn it back into the production chain by hydrogenating it with hydrogen coming from water. And here we have a number of patents and a number of technologies that go all the way from formic acid to methanol to directly drop-in fuels to synthesis gas to be used as platform molecules, and we are building of that. Next to this, these will be fuels that rely on carbon dioxide as energy storage platform, if you want to see it that way. We are also looking at ammonia and at the principles of the blue and green ammonia economy. You know, I'm sure most of you, the difference between blue and green ammonia. The main difference is that in case of blue ammonia, we use hydrocarbons to generate hydrogen. Out of it, we capture directly carbon dioxide so that there is no emission associated, and then with that blue hydrogen, we make ammonia as a carrier for the hydrogen that has been generated. If you go green, then that hydrogen is coming from water. This is what you can see here. In this ammonia economy, we recognize that the central part, which is the synthesis of ammonia, is technology that was discovered more than 100 years ago, that has been optimized, and that is already there. So we are concentrating on the difficult part in there, which is the use of ammonia all the way there on the slide. For that, we have partnered with Aramco in two very important projects, I believe. One of them is the direct use of ammonia as fuel for energy generation in turbines. And here, as you can see, we are already testing this at 350 kilowatt scale. And on the parallel to that, we are looking at the direct decomposition of ammonia back to hydrogen and nitrogen so that we can generate hydrogen on demand. And we are expecting to have a demonstrator by the end of next year at a scale of 5 normal cubic meters per hour of hydrogen generation. Finally, we need to integrate renewable energy. I think that nobody will doubt that. There, KAUST has also a very important history in developing some of the best green energy harvesters. Right here you have an example coming from our solar center in which they are specifically focusing on the development of photovoltaics that can be implemented in the kingdom. We know that in the kingdom for photovoltaics there are two main problems. One of them is temperature and the other one is dust. So we are exactly working in adapting photovoltaics so that they can be used more efficiently in the kingdom. This will be for today, but we developing the solar cells of tomorrow by looking at new materials like perovskites. And you can see there that we can proudly say that we hold one of the world records in terms of efficiency for perovskite-based solar cells and for photovoltaics in general. My last research slide, we are working with our colleagues from artificial intelligence to make a much better use of green energy. Here we are applying the so-called digital twin technology, in which we learn how to best use the energy as a function of the source where it comes from. So systems that will maximize the use of renewable energy when it is available and turn to other types of energy when renewable energy is not available. Algorithms that will control that and that we can use to save up to a 30% in energy consumption at the city level. But we don't want to stop there. We are creating digital twins of cities. We want to create digital twins of chemical plants, so that chemical plants can also be controlled by this type of artificial intelligence algorithms. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, I get to the last slides of my presentation, but I would not like to finish without inviting you to visit our exhibition, where I hope we will be able to share with you all the exciting work that we are doing. Last but not least, and this is something that has been mentioned already several times, and I am happy to have heard that so many times. Right, so before I leave this room, if I had to do it leaving only one take-home message, let it be the next one. In this Earthshot, we are all together, and it will be together how we will succeed. Let's remind ourselves, as we no longer see obstacles behind us, but look forward to the ones ahead, that in this Earthshot, there are no passengers because we are all crew. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorgen. Carlos, may I invite you to introduce our next speaker?
Thank you, Donald. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, it is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. And today we started our day with a visionary leader that is going to drive the world towards solutions, His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. And it's a day to listen to world leaders. And I will have the pleasure to introduce one that was named by Time Magazine a world hero, and also named by Fortune magazine one of the top 50 thinkers in the world. So I'm proud to call the next speaker a friend and now a colleague, Professor Bill McDonough. He has joined recently KAUST as a distinguished research professor to work specifically with us and our partners on the circular carbon economy. And he is very fitting for this service because he is one of the fathers of the concept of sustainability and also the circular carbon economy and the circular economy as a whole paradigm. And to understand the motivation of my friend Bill, you need to consider that he was raised in Tokyo. He was born in Tokyo in the post-war World War II, where he was exposed to the damage of nuclear weapons used in civil populations. And that made an impression from his uprising into willing to make the world a better place. Already as a fresh graduate of architecture, Bill wanted to build buildings that work like trees. So buildings that generated more power, that they consume, that produce clean water, that produce also food, and also increase biodiversity. And he actually went into building those buildings and designing those buildings. He also designed a tall building in Poland, and already in the 70s he pledged that to build that building that he could design, you needed to plant quite a large number of trees to offset the emissions from building that building. So he was thinking already maybe 2 decades ahead of us thinking about offsetting emissions in the need to balance carbon emissions with carbon removal by trees. And in fact, he made it to the cover page of the Wall Street Journal by that unusual pledge already very early on when nobody was thinking about along those lines. So later on in 1996, he's the only recipient of the US Presidential Award on Sustainable Development, maybe a concept that he is credited with being the father of sustainable development, and how it now is an intrinsic concept that governs every aspect of our lives and our future. A few years later, he co-authored the book Cradle to Cradle that enshrined the principles of the circular economy, where we are designing for next use and after use. And with this design, he designed first small objects that could be recycled and reused over and over. He went into designing chairs and then designing a car that could be completely recycled and reused. He then designed a building that could also be completely recycled and reused. And then he designed a city in China, being developed in China, that is all built on the circular economy. So what about a planet? Can we then design a planet that is designed to be completely used and reused and recycled without generating waste? So that is the challenge that brought him to work with us in the circular carbon economy, where he has played an important role in providing content and guidance, also through the steps of the G20, through the both energy and climate stewardship working groups. And Bill will then share with us his thoughts. And I'm very delighted to welcome Professor Bill McDonough, a planet hero and a friend. Over to you, Bill.
Today, I'm going to talk about the circular carbon economy. But first, I would like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on its presidency of the G20, because it was very successful with regard to the idea of all the countries coming together to solve our common problems and needs, and share technology and share our ambitions and goodwill. I'd like to thank His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. I'd like to thank Khalid Aboulief and Farid Al-Sali and Taha Zatari from the Ministry of Energy. And I'd like to thank Adam Saminsky and Eric Williams of CAPSARC for all the great work they allowed me to participate in. So let us see what is coming out of the G20 and imagine what that means to all of us. Look at this. As we recover from the pandemic, an opportunity for all the people on the planet to come together. We are committed to safeguarding our planet and building a more environmentally sustainable, inclusive future for all people. This is not a hollow statement. It's a statement waiting to be filled in. We endorse the Circular Carbon Economy Platform with its 4 R's framework: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. The addition of the word remove is fundamental. And it's a voluntary program looking at all sectors, and it will be something the world can celebrate and enjoy. Now, I have recently become a faculty member at KAUST. I'm very excited about that. And I'm very excited about the fact that I'll be able to work with professors and students there as we advance this cause. My history goes back to design. I'm an architect. And I wrote a book with Michael Braungart, a German chemist, Cradle to Cradle, which is considered a seminal document in the history of sustainable design. It led us to circular economy, and then now the circular carbon economy. These things all fit together. The world in which they fit together is the world we inhabit. A world where energy comes from the sun, carbon comes from the atmosphere, materials are here, and water. They all combine to create biology and life, which is where we fit in this story. Humans are part of biology. We come as a word from the word humus. So this system is the system in which we're working. We realize that if we're being very efficient today about doing things, but it turns out we might not be doing the right things for that diagram, then we have a problem. And if we do it perfectly, we become perfectly wrong. So I think what we're seeing with this G20 announcement is effectiveness. It's executives coming together to figure out what are the right things to do. Then we'll put it into the management situation and try and manage it and do it the right way. Now, as a designer, when I was 19 in college, I decided I wanted to look at how to design buildings like trees. Why not? Trees emit oxygen, so they're not zero emissions. They're positive emissions. They sequester carbon. They fix nitrogen. They accrue solar energy. They create food, fuel, water, habitat, microclimate. They can change colors. They can even self-replicate. So why don't we have human designs that can do things like this? And when you start to look at some of the ambitions we're seeing, like the city of Neom and the Red Sea Development Project in Saudi Arabia and others, we realize this is what we're talking about. Positive action. In '89, I designed a skyscraper that won a competition, and I asked the developers to plant 10 square miles of trees to go with it. This you could call carbon offsets. And this is 3 years before the Earth Summit. But notice that at that time, it was $150,000 to plant 10 square miles of trees in Poland. It's 1/10 of the advertising budget. But what this is an offset. It's saying, here's a building made primarily from energy from coal, and we're going to try and offset it with trees that could take care of the carbon involved in operating and building a building. It's offsets because you can't do it on the building itself, for example. But we realize that's adding renewables to the mix, or adding carbon capture to the mix from nature-based systems. But we can also make buildings that actually then require resources. And this we could call an energy positive building. This is the first net zero energy verified building in the United States, and it's energy positive. It produces 30% more energy, electricity than it requires to operate, and gives it to the neighbors while purifying its own water. At Ford Motor Company, I was asked to work on their 100th anniversary new factory at the River Rouge, the famous fabled facility of Henry Ford, vertically integrated industrial process to make Model 8 Ford. And this factory is covered with the world's largest green roof, and its site does all the water purification, which eliminated the need for 3 chemical treatment plants and miles of concrete pipes, and saved Ford $35 million over conventional water treatment on the site, which is the equivalent of the profit of 4% margin on $900 million worth of car sales. So this is business. This is important business. While we save the planet, we can do business. NASA asked me to help on the Mars space station by design, and I asked if I could work with the designers at NASA to do a building on Earth, come back to the blue planet before we go to the red one. And we were able to design a building at NASA Ames Research Center on time, on budget, a normal federal office building that has potential to produce 140% of the energy it requires from sources. The materials are designed to go back into industry, aluminum to aluminum, glass to glass, and it shades itself and is now considered the highest performing building in the federal government. They say you don't need to be a rocket scientist to do something smart, but what if you were? So once I was designing buildings like this, I realized that we have to think at every scale. It comes down to the products. It comes down to the molecules. It's urban design. It's a whole world of good. So it's really about every scale. And that's why I love working with scientists. With Cradle to Cradle, we posited that there are 2 metabolisms that we're working with. One is the biological system. These are products of consumption. They can be consumed and then go back to nature. Waste equals food. At the same time, in the last 5,000 years, we started banging on metal and things like that, not organic materials. And these can we want to use. And these are materials in technical cycles, products as services. We want to watch television, watch this show on a computer, get vehicles that take us places. But we don't need to own all the chemistry. What we want to do is take advantage of the service. So there's new business models for this. Very exciting. The fundamental principles of Cradle to Cradle were waste equals food, eliminate the concept of waste, not just minimize, avoid, reduce, use clean energy, and celebrate diversity. This is how nature works. And all of these things are wonderful things for nature and for industry. So we move from a linear economy of take, make, waste to a circular economy, retake, remake, regenerate, restore. We need a regenerative economy in the biosphere and a circular economy in the technosphere. So in 1995, I designed my first product related building, and it was fabrics made in Switzerland, where we removed things. We removed persistent toxins, bioaccumulative substances, endocrine disruptors, teratogens, carcinogens, mutagens, heavy metals from the making of a fabric. And it turned out to be so safe you could almost eat it, and the water coming out was as clean as Swiss drinking water. This is living carbon, and it supports life. It is the preferred material of the Airbus. We also looked at the technical nutrient idea, the products, these are polymers, and this is the world's largest carpet company that we work with, and they make a product as a service in a sense. You buy the carpet and you can call them when you want a new one, and they take the other one back and recycle it for you using chemical recycling or mechanical, and they deliver the new carpet. So what's happening is the companies are storing the raw materials on their customers' floors. It's a relationship, it's valuable, and it's something we can do in perpetuity. This is the circular economy. At Herman Miller, I designed their factory, and then we decided to do the furniture this way. The Mirror chair was the first Cradle to Cradle certified chair. Now we have all their furniture. This is powered by wind and designed for disassembly and reuse of all the pieces. So that turned into a program that I created with my colleagues, and we produced a not-for-profit that is a certification program, third-party, independent, science-based, available to everyone now. And it's just been selected by Amazon as a preferred certification program for Amazon for their products. Now, what is Cradle to Cradle design? Well, it's material health, circular economy, renewable energy, water stewardship, and social fairness. So first is material health. Second is reuse, because why would I want a circular economy of things that aren't safe? So first is safe. Then we reuse it and turn these things into continuous assets. We want to use clean energy and restore carbon balances. We want water to be clean and available to all the children in the world as a human right. And we want social fairness. So we have dignity and grace. These are fundamental to all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we find it very useful with the companies and countries we work with that if you take these 5 conditions and make it a prerequisite for whatever you're making, you end up having a support system that can support all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it's very helpful. The history of circular economy, according to ABN AMRO, bank in the Netherlands, was looking at searches, was, from that, for them, starting with the Cradle to Cradle, going into China as the design of the circular economy with their universities, where I worked. And then China announced its 5-year plan, 12th 5-year plan, promotion of the circular economy in 2011. We introduced it to the World Economic Forum in 2014, Ellen MacArthur Foundation, important report, 15, 16, China announced their 13th 5-year plan, implementation of the circular economy. This is a picture of me with Madame Deng Nan, Deng Xiaoping's daughter, and we were sharing in Beijing a paper that was entitled Cradle to Cradle, the Circular Economy and the Search for Ecological Civilization. This is China and the US sharing information about sustainable development. This sharing is so important and working together And certainly in today's world, it's even more important, as we can see by the G20 and this astonishing result. The design of the circular economy got manifested in China and it's continuing. And we started looking even at cities as carbon positive cities. Cities like forests that accrue carbon with technical materials returning to industry and all the systems integrated for positive effect. This is a concept piece for the China Development Bank. It's a city of 100,000 people that could be fed, powered, and with clean water, all from the surrounding territory, 128 square kilometers. And so when you see cities like Neom coming in Saudi Arabia, the same idea, a renewably powered city. What astonishing, wonderful things here 15 years later, coming to fruition. So at the World Economic Forum, I chaired the first Meta Council on the circular economy. And the World Economic Forum has put very serious thoughts and efforts into these programs, including into carbon now. Very exciting. And when we look at the development of this, starting with cradle to cradle, from my personal perspective, we move then to the point where on the lower left, Ellen MacArthur Foundation has adopted our protocols of biological technical cycles. But we also see people still drawing circles saying that the linear economy becomes a circular economy if you put it in a circle. And I think that's not rich enough. I think the idea that we want to support technology and biology is really important. So if design is the first signal of human intention, then what is our intention? Did we intend to damage the soil, the air, and the water every year? Is that the plan? Was climate change a plan? It's actually the result of a design problem, the way we do things. So we need a new design. This is the stack: cradle to cradle, circular economy, circular carbon economy. We do these three things and we end up with a situation where we realize that carbon is not the enemy. As we see, so many people who are worried about carbon say we have to have a war on carbon, things like that. But carbon is not the enemy. It's an innocent element. And it's in our bodies, it's us. And let's tell our children carbon is a beautiful thing. We immediately assume things when we see, unless we see a little more deeply. This picture is often seen as being pollution. This is from Nature, the picture along with my article. That is fog. That is Vancouver. That meadow down there is a green roof on a convention center. That's a picture of something to want more of, not less. We surprise ourselves. We are carbon. So we use carbon as a tool for human purposes. And what are our values? And what are our intentions? Because if you give a hammer to a child, it becomes a toy. You give it to a carpenter, it becomes a house. And if you give it to a maniac, it could become a weapon. So what we really want is to recognize carbon as an amazing material and special in the circular economy and deserves special attention. So carbon is both a material and a fuel. So we need a new language of carbon. In the Nature paper I published in 2016, Carbon is Not the Enemy, we looked at carbon could be living carbon, which would be positive behavior if we could generate more of it. Durable carbon, which is lasting and recycled polymers and the use of wood beams in a building over centuries, so durable. That's carbon neutral behavior. And then there's this negative behavior, which is letting it go fugitive, the wrong place, wrong dose, wrong duration. And so we now have a way of thinking about it in terms of yes, yes, no. And so as we start designing, let's design with living carbon, durable carbon, and fugitive carbon. And one of the things that I really liked about the way it was being approached with the circular carbon economy strategy is that we have the basics of reduce, reuse, recycle, which is efficiency in the circular economy of materials typically, but we're also focusing in not just on reducing energy use and being more efficient on production, but we're actually saying we have to remove carbon from the atmosphere now. So it's unlike the circular economy, which doesn't necessarily have removal in it. It's really reuse. So I was very honored to be able to provide an appendix to the CC guide, which focused on energy and emissions and things like that, critical to our forward motion, but also integrating it into this idea of the circular economy. So if we look at the cradle-to-cradle circular economy of biosphere and technosphere, they're both accelerated by energy use and require it. So if we start to think about how carbon interacts with these cycles in nature, in the biosphere, nature can be balanced because the nature knows how to do that. But in the technosphere, it doesn't necessarily know how to do that. We use, petroleum or fossil fuels, and then we have emissions, and they go to the atmosphere principally. Whereas if we can start to think about the technosphere having a circularity of carbon, it's very interesting. And I think this is the kind of diagram we should start to use as a touch point for all kinds of things that we can explore. I'm developing this with Carlos Duarte, who's at KAUST, and with the Energy Ministry, and with CAPSARC, and we're looking at the biosphere and the technosphere. So the biosphere is regenerative, and we can call it the regenerative biosphere with living carbon, and we are recarbonizing the biosphere. When we talk about decarbonizing, we're talking about the atmosphere, not just generally. You don't want to decarbonize yourself, you wouldn't be here. So decarbonizing is the atmosphere. And so we can all come together now and start to look at what our goals are, and we can put whatever our goal is there. And for the Europeans, it's net zero by 2050. For Chinese, net zero by 2060. For companies like Unilever, net zero by 2039, believe it or not. So these are goals, and everybody can put that goal there, and then we can all ask ourselves, no longer what's wrong with your goal or the way you're doing it, but how can we help you? And when you start to look at this diagram, you can say, oh, I could help you with this. We're going to want to make a lot of hydrogen in the kingdom, a lot. And NEOM's committing to it. Well, we're going to need a lot of electrolyzers and new technologies for hydrogen production. So that's exciting. So industrial countries can do this. We can produce hydrogen with our inexpensive renewable power. And all of a sudden we can be trading. That's already started. It's very beautiful. And it's just the beginning. But this can all go to scale. We can look at nature-based solutions and see how much we can do with that. And it's just going to be good for everyone, because mangroves and restoration of large mammals and regenerative farming are all phenomenally useful and beneficial in every direction. So optimization is the order of the day, not just minimize, reduce, avoid. It's actually optimize now. So we can use this diagram as a starting point, and others. It's very exciting. And it does help us to think like that, because if we're looking, for example, at petrochemicals, then we can ask ourselves, hydrocarbons can be used as durable carbon and reduce the energy demand of our buildings. So it's a very wonderful use of these materials. We can do things like this, which is a window insert that can be used in northern climates, especially to reduce energy consumption in historic buildings, because it goes on the inside. It's very light, you can't even see it almost. So these are the kind of products we're going to need if we're going to have zero emission cities in places with intense climate. We're also looking at things that are reusable. This is a whole system of packaging that I'm working with some colleagues on that is all able to give you sort of a lifetime of benefit with your packaging while you connect. This can all be connected with polymers that are reused and materials of all kinds. Just remember, I think the aluminum industry says that 75% of the aluminum ever used by humans is still in use. So if we look at these ideas of new kinds of trading, where we're buying back things, or a carbon fountain where we're using carbon neutral fuels by taking CO2 from the atmosphere and then integrating it with hydrogen from renewables and then send it back up. What this is showing is that we're not just being less bad, we're trying to be good. Because being less bad is not that exciting, really. It's important we do it, but this design assignment is much more interesting if our goal is not just zero badness, but actually, what does 100% great look like? And we can all commit to do this together and start to see positive goals where we take all the things we don't want and agree, let's stop doing those things. And let's find out what we do want and put it on top. And then our goal becomes positive goal. 100% fabulous. And so together, this is something we can do, and we can only do it together. And that was the message from the G20. Thank you. Hello, I'm William McDonough. Today I'm going to talk about the circular carbon economy.
So we have the pleasure of having Professor Bill McDonough join us in person for a Q&A session. So if you would like to pose any question to Professor McDonough, please raise your hand and go ahead. There are some microphones in the room, so you can walk to those and pose your question to Professor McDonough. Anybody would like to take the floor? No, I think not.
Bill, great to see you again, and again, congratulations on the great success of the G20 endorsement. We're all proud of the endorsement. Just a question regarding your views on the use of carbon in buildings. I mean, directly. I know you're the architect and you have a lot of views. Do you think, we've seen a number of projects toward direct use of pure carbon for buildings. Do you have any views on that? Is that a big potential?
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I can't see who's asking the question. I think I recognize the voice.
Ahmed Quater from Aramco.
That's all I have. Thanks for being here. I think carbon in buildings is going to be a fundamental part of our mix. When we think about calcium carbonate and limestone and concrete and things like that, involving quite a bit of carbon in various durable and ephemeral forms that we're making. We're seeing new technologies. There's some that are really coming into the marketplace now, like Solidia, Carbon Cure, and others that we're tracking. And it can be a significant benefit. And some are even materials that over time are accruing more carbon from the atmosphere. So I think if we put that in our minds, that buildings become part of the carbon story, a positive part of the carbon story, we can then design into that. And we're seeing the results of that thinking vigorously. We've got many choices now. And we've also got auto factories making bricks at room temperature using natural systems and microbes that can accrue carbon in solid form. So it's an important idea. There's a lot of it, and it's infrastructure, and so it's meant to be durable and last centuries. So it's a place to put things.
Thank you, Bill. I think we have another question in the room.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor William. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor William, and thank you for the very informative talk about circular carbon economy. I have a small question or tiny question regarding the carbon material itself. Does that include only the carbon that has been produced through the economical scaled processes like hydrocarbons, or it is related to the carbon itself, where, I mean, like you can do, or you can have different technologies that you can synthesize carbon, you can produce carbon, especially at the two-dimensional material level. Does that included with the circular carbon economy, or it must come through an economical process like the oil extraction and all these kind of things? Thank you.
I think your question is an important one, because I do think we need to think of carbon holistically. And I think starting with the atom itself. And it's surprising when you look at carbon and then you think about our technologies. We have opportunities. The very first, I think, publicly excited carbon nanomolecule was the Buckminster fullerene, carbon 60. So all of a sudden we realized we can do things with carbon atoms, and we see now graphene, which is astonishing properties. If you just look at the basic carbon atom and how you can organize it and form sheets, spheres, tubes. And so that's going to be quite a powerful area, as we know. And then as you go from there all the way up to the sort of heavy stuff that we do when we build and build cities and so on. It's everywhere, and we're talking about all the carbon as an element of both life and of technology. And so when you get into these larger systems, you realize that if we have carbon in the energy flux, then in nature, as we point out in the slides, that it's going back into cycles on Earth, and we can enhance and encourage and be part of that and restore biodiversity. And that's a really critical part of carbon. We can also look at the technical cycles and say, we have to power our economy. The question is, how are we powering? So our history has shown us that we're using hydrocarbons to power an industrial system, but those hydrocarbons are going fugitive. So if you think about it as a design, you're creating a waste. And if we start throwing things away, and we realize that we're in a world today where there is no away. It's all here. We can see what we're working with. So if we can design these things to become perpetually useful, we'll be better off. And so one of the biggest challenges we have in human history is ahead of us, which is to integrate new forms of energy with that industrial system while we integrate the carbon from its various sources and celebrate it for all the benefits it can provide, while avoiding the fugitive carbon issues that are not optimal. Plastics in the ocean, overabundance of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and so on. And we just have to face these directly and start to balance the whole system.
Thank you very much, Professor William. And actually, I did ask that question because I'm coming from a graphene background. I'm specialized in graphene, and that's why I tackle my mind. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I love graphene. I think graphene is amazing.
Can you please identify yourselves when you pose the question, so
yes,
Bill will know who's asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Emma Dannemiller, and I've come here today from NEOM. And I'm absolutely delighted to hear you speak, and thank you for your amazing... I'd ask for your advice with all the challenges and the huge project we see before us at NEOM. How can we best adopt and integrate your proposals for the circular carbon economy in our plans? Should we be considering an internal price on carbon to make sure we drive beneficial results when we're looking at cost-benefit analysis? How do we make this happen?
I think that's a great question. And when we start designing and you put these intentions in place, and I'm aware of the intentions of NEOM, very aware of it, they're quite astonishing. We're going to be 100% renewable power. That's it. And Red Sea is doing the same kind of thing. And that we're going to do restorative work, ecology, and so on and so forth. I think that's where you start. You start with this fundamental idea that you're going to be based on materials returning to nature as appropriate if they're safe and healthy, and materials that can be durable over a long period of time, which would be the infrastructure especially, and but also technical materials that can be in cycles of reuse and provide service to people over centuries as well, without polluting. So then when you get to the question of the day, every day, what we found is that if you ask the suppliers and say, I would prefer a cradle-to-cradle certified product, because you get those 5 conditions: material health, circular economy, designed for reuse, renewable energy, and clean water, and good lives. And you just say, I want that in every product. And so it's the responsibility of the manufacturers to do that. And that's what's been so exciting about the way the industry is adopting this protocol, because your customer are asking for it. So that's an important thing. You can use the power of purchase orders, and they're sometimes more powerful than policy, especially when you're in the world of starting things up. And because don't think about the Tesla. You know, you go from Elon Musk has an insight, which is we should have electric cars, electric system. We can all have that insight, but we're not only Elon Musk. And then from that insight, he moves to start execution. And he makes fundamental decisions. Like, I'm going to be going electric because it's available, it's everywhere, I'm moving there. Batteries, oh, Panasonic has figured this out, I'm going to use them, move. And he gets to standards, which he then gives away. Why does he give away all the standards to Tesla, give away the patents? Because that way other people will be preparing the infrastructure to receive Teslas. They adopt his standard, because why wouldn't they? And then that can become a policy, because the policymakers can go, oh, it exists, therefore it is possible. And then it becomes regulation over time. So this idea that we put this all together and continuously improve is really what NEOM should be looking at, I think. We have core principles, and then we have tools, and we work from one into the other and keep the quality very high as we go forward.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, William. Qasim Falata from Ministry of Energy, and a member of the coordination team working on the national program. Since the announcement or the endorsement for the initiative of CCE in the G20, and we've been seeing some very, I would say, negative maybe messages around maybe trying to question the intention, the intent of Saudi Arabia kind of pushing through such an initiative. And at least for a member of the team that is really working, maybe biased, but I believe really it is a very genuine, visionary idea being for our leaders. Yet, we always have at our kind of back of our minds this kind of question mark, wrong perceptions, negative comments. And I wonder sometimes really, how would you deal with it? While you are really busy doing the actual work itself, it kind of really creates some noise around you. And yes, indeed, as part of the program, we have created a platform that will make sure that we do have really the right communication and messaging that we really put forward. But I was really wondering if there is some sort of maybe an insight of how would you deal with really those people that always put a question mark on your intention and why you are really doing it? Well, especially we are one of the largest oil producers, so it kind of really contradicts maybe in the minds of others why we are really having that intention of putting such a program. Yes.
This is a core question, and not just in terms of the specifics, which we could focus on, but in terms of the way change happens. Of course, there are going to be critics. Just look at the system. There are a lot of distrust because the way we've been behaving the last 100 years would not give a child a lot. We are in charge of this and know what we're doing. So I like talking to children and keep it really straightforward and honest. You know, we're in trouble here. So I think the key is humility, and they're one of the reasons that I'm really I'm delighted actually, at what has happened here, and with the very direct support of His Royal Highness, the Minister of Energy. Very direct, is you can change the world here. If we remember when Sheikh Yamani launched OPEC in London and the microphones came out, said, Sheikh Yamani, when do you think we'll see the end of the age of oil? And his answer was, I don't know that we ever will see the end of the age of oil, but I know the Stone Age didn't end because we ran out of stones. So the oil age won't end because we run out of oil. What will happen, and what we're positing here, and that's really where we should be all focused together, bringing in clean energy sources. Look at this inexpensive renewable energy now available. It's quite astonishing. It's going to make a huge difference. And then we look at the technologies and we say, well, how do we optimize them that in ways that make them durable and make them living? And we reduce the fugitive carbon. And then we balance it, because our goal is the same. If you sit in those G20 meetings and quietly listen, which I had the privilege to do, I sat in probably 100 hours listening to people. We all have the same goal. We all do. We all want a clean environment. We all want climate change to be survivable, perhaps. We want to take back the carbon from the atmosphere that we put there that's over the line in terms of beneficial positions. So we have to honor each other's intentions and help each other. So that's really the question now. When someone says, this is a smokescreen for just burning things, we need humility. And we say, we have to find a way together to take advantage of all the tools we have to attack this and deal with it. And here we have this tool. And now we got to figure out how to use it to help cure the thing that it's connected to. And we need everybody's help. So I think the countries that want to go zero emissions should be supported. And I love the idea that the King of Saudi Arabia could support them. Think about sending green hydrogen to Japan. This is the first kind of large-scale trading in renewable energy globally. That's amazing. And what if the system is moving in that direction? Then we have to look at the petrochemicals and say, how are we going to use them in a world that we want this way? And that's great humility. So this is a lot of work, and we better get at it, and let's do it together. But just to say, I don't trust you, go away, isn't going to help anybody anywhere. It is time to come together, and maybe the pandemic was a signal of there are things bigger than we are that we all have to work with. And we have to work on it together. And so this is a fundamental question. And I think people are right to worry about it. And I think they're right to question it. And they're right to help us solve it.
Thank you, Bill. So we have run out of time, but just before I leave the podium, I would like to maybe share one remark relative to this question, and then also explain why Professor McDonough is so eager to work with us. So we're working on a piece called Carbon in a Circular Economy, and in the context of a discussion of that piece with an influential person that will help us promote that piece, then there was the conversation of the context of the G20, and again, the same skepticism came up in the conversation. So Professor McDonough shared with the person that we were discussing the the international media news about the hydrogen deal that Saudi Aramco had with Japan, which is the largest deal of shipping of hydrogen energy in the world. And when we had a second talk, and Professor McDonough told this person, you know, Saudi Arabia, which has connotations beyond the location when we talk about energy, is becoming the Saudi Arabia of hydrogen. And I think the key is that you talk the talk, but you also walk the walk. So leading by example is the key to that. And the fact that this is happening in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is why Professor McDonough wants to be part of that historical transition and historical change, and has joined the ranks of KAUST as a professor. So please join me in thanking Professor McDonough for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill, for your very thought-provoking comments. I'd now like to ask Ms. Noof Iman to come forward and to describe the UK Earthshot Prize.
Okay. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, President Chan, and distinguished guests, my name is Noof Imam, and I am from the UK Science and Innovation Network. I am based in the British Consulate General in Jeddah, and I'm very delighted to be here with you as we celebrate the launch of KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative. Today, I will speak to you about an exciting opportunity for those with an ambition to save our planet. We just can move on. Okay, so I'll be speaking about an international award that is designed to harness the best ideas for tackling the biggest environmental challenges in the world, the Earthshot Prize. This is a new global prize for the environment. It is the most prestigious and ambitious, and it has the overarching objective to incentivize change and help repair the planet over the next 10 years. Okay. Okay. So this initiative is spearheaded by Prince William, His Royal Highness, the Duke of Cambridge. And in his own words, as you can see, the Earth is at a tipping point, and we face a stark choice. Either we continue as we are and irreparably damage our planet, or we remember our unique power as human beings and our continual ability to lead, innovate, and problem solve. People can achieve great things. The next 10 years presents us with one of our greatest tests, a decade of action to repair the Earth. So, why exactly the next 10 years? This decade ahead will determine whether we stand any chance of preventing irreversible damage to our environment. The world faces pressing environmental challenges and threats to life on Earth that require immediate action. The urgency of the situation is no longer debatable. However, despite these serious threats and all the alarming and terrifying headlines we see on the news all the time, we cannot just lose all hope. No matter how complex and how huge the problems may seem to be, we need to believe that by being optimistic, confident, and by working together, things can take a positive turn. Inspired by the moonshot that Kennedy proposed in the 1960s, the Earth shots aim to refocus efforts and challenges people to be more ambitious than ever and to inspire innovative ways of tackling today's challenges. The moonshot is a wonderful example, not only because it brought people together and united them under one goal, but also it has created a spiral of countless advances in technology. For example, the MRI scanners for hospitals, satellite dishes, and so on. Similarly, we hope that this prize will also have a snowball effect of triggering unexpected advances and solutions. So, applying the same spirit here, in order to tackle the challenges we're facing today, we definitely must understand the urgency of the situation and how crucial this decade is, but equally have an optimistic view which will lead us to take decisive action. Okay, so that was some background on the prize itself, the objectives, and what was the inspiration behind it. But what is actually the Earthshot Prize? The prize is centered around 5 Earthshots, or 5 goals. These are basically the 5 goals we want to achieve by 2030 to improve life for us all for generations to come. So these goals are: protect and restore nature, clean our air, revive our oceans, build a waste-free world, and fix our climate. Starting next year, 2021, and every year for the next 10 years until 2030, Prince William, alongside the Earthshot Prize Council, which cover 6 continents, will award the Earthshot Prize to 5 winners, 1 per Earthshot, whose evidence-based solution make the most progress towards these goals. So 5 goals, 5 Earthshots, 5 prizes for the next 10 years. So the criteria is very simple and straightforward. Each Earthshot needs to be simple, evidence-based, but can be understood by anyone and does not require technical expertise, scientific knowledge to be understood. It has to be ambitious, yet can be achieved and can lead to tangible progress. And last but not least, it must be global. Leaders, communities, and basically everyone should be able to connect to it and be empowered by it. We can see here how the selection process of the winner for each Earthshot every year. So as we said, 5 prizes for the 5 goals. This process has been designed in partnership with the Center for Public Impact and a range of international experts. So as you can see, it starts by the nominators who will seek out solutions from across the globe that will help us reach our Earthshots. Then we have the screening process, which is an independent assessment run by the implementation partner, Deloitte. And then we go into shortlisting, where a distinguished panel of experts will conduct a technical review and make the recommendations accordingly. After that, the selection. So Prince William and the Earthshot Prize Council will select the 5 winners. Finally, the award. The annual winners will be announced in an award ceremony and a celebration of what we can achieve when we come together. So the most important question, what is actually the award? What is the prize? The winners will receive £1 million prize to support their projects. Besides that, each winner will receive a global platform and a prestigious profile with their stories being showcased over the decade, with an ambition of their solutions leading to mass adaptation, replication, and scaling. The finalists will also be given tailored support and opportunities to help scale their work, including being connected with an ecosystem of like-minded individuals and organizations. So just going back to the first step of the selection process, which is the nominations, the Earthshot Prize nominators have been selected for their ability to identify the most impactful solutions from all over the world. These are organizations committed to environmental action and who share the same ambition of the prize, which is to create a better world for all of us. So of course, it is no surprise that KAUST is one of those nominators. And as you can see, the team here from KAUST are involved in the first step, which is putting forward the nominations for people to actually win the Earthshot Prize. And of course, we're all excited to know more in the future about who will be nominated and basically learn about what amazing solutions and technologies they have to offer to the world. So that would be exciting to actually know about. The first ceremony will be taking place next year in London, and then we will know who would be the first 5 winners of this international prize. So before I leave you, I would like to invite you all to actually explore this more and check the social channels for the prize. There are plenty of interesting materials, a lot of videos about the 5 goals and how we can basically work together to achieve what we want by 2030. Thank you so much for listening. I hope this has inspired all of us to have an optimistic mindset and to embrace our visionaries and innovators and encourage them to dream big so we can make the impossible possible again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Iman. The final item of this session will be the showing of the KAUST video. So hopefully we can get that up on screen. Thank you.
The circular carbon economy is a sustainable way of approaching energy and climate goals. It implicitly values all options and encourages all efforts to mitigate carbon accumulation in the atmosphere while facilitating global economic growth. Inspired by nature, it is a closed-loop system where carbon emissions are reduced, reused, recycled, and removed to restore the balance of the carbon cycle. KAUST is catalyzing the circular carbon economy by contributing scientific advances in the development of engineering, chemical and biological technologies, in addition to clean and traditional energy solutions, which include hydrogen fuel and other advanced materials. The city of the future efficiently manages energy production and use. KAUST researchers are developing technologies by integrating next-generation solar cells with efficiencies greater than 28%, hydrogen production, smart decentralized wastewater treatment, novel air conditioning, and energy-saving lights for smarter homes and neighborhoods. Artificial intelligence technology further supports city-scale planning and operation, enabling reduced energy consumption and CO2 emissions. The future of farming is sustainable and smart. KAUST researchers are using flexible, lightweight, easy-to-install thin-film panels as solar screens and semi-transparent solar cell windows on greenhouses to both optimize plant growth conditions and generate electricity. Emerging sensors and remote sensing tools offer an improved capacity to track and monitor water use and account for the carbon generated. Self-cleaning solar panels are used in arid, dusty regions to ensure power supply. Fresh vegetables are grown using salt water via technology that reduces typical greenhouse cooling requirements and ensures efficient plant growth. Organic waste is recycled for desert agriculture, increasing food security while significantly reducing water consumption and pollution to fight desertification and climate change. Decarbonizing the atmosphere to recarbonize the biosphere. KAUST researchers are seeking to exploit nature-based solutions to reduce atmospheric CO2 levels while enriching terrestrial and ocean ecosystems, focusing on a blue carbon approach via mangrove and seagrass restoration projects, on recycling CO2 with bacterial systems, and on algae farming. These solutions target both climate change mitigation and adaptation. Redefining CO2 as a valuable material, KAUST researchers are reusing CO2 in combination with green hydrogen to produce e-fuels that can be used for sustainable mobility, the conversion of renewable energy to formic acid, and catalysts that can turn CO2 into useful platform chemicals for fuels, such as methanol and syngas, can provide a blueprint for the gas station of the future. Green and blue ammonia are also explored as carbon-free fuels, and together with McLaren, we're investigating e-fuel formulations for Formula One cars. Carbon capture and storage are essential to manage down the impacts of atmospheric CO2 levels. KAUST researchers are helping to reduce the CO2 reaching the atmosphere and looking to remove CO2 that has already accumulated there. Novel materials and processes address capture directly from the air and at point of emission sources. Storage via geo-based solutions, including basaltic rock chemistry, use for enhanced oil recovery and for geothermal energy transport are also key. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has created its own National Circular Carbon Economy Program. As part of the S20 vision, KSA and 195 other parties have signed the Paris Agreement to lower CO2 emissions by reducing, reusing, removing, and recycling carbon. We at KAUST are doing our part to contribute to this at a national level by supporting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in championing their CCE program. KAUST's Circular Carbon Initiative aims to fill the innovation gap through multidisciplinary research and development. We welcome you to the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative, and we invite you to join us in discussing and exploring ideas to further advance the Kingdom by improving the health of our planet.
Thank you, everyone. So we will now proceed to the expo. And I think, Manis, do you want to tell us something about how we want to do that?
Hi. Given that we want to maintain physical distancing, so I would recommend that Solomon, if you want to take this first row, and basically you can actually proceed.
Good afternoon and welcome to the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative launch. If you've just joined us, we have been live streaming all day. My name is Dr. Nadia Karim. I'm Research Engagement Manager here at KAUST.
And hello, I'm Carolyn Unk, the Manager of Research Communication and Publication Services. We hope you'll continue to join us today as we live stream some interviews with some of our faculty.
And here is an interview that I did earlier on in the week with Professor Mani Sarathi from the Clean Combustion Research Centre, where he talks about his collaboration with McLaren. Enjoy.
Hi, good day. My name is Mani Sarathi. I'm an associate professor for chemical engineering at KAUST, and I'm also associate director of the Clean Combustion Research Center, where I do my research in the area of fuels and engines.
And Mani, if you could tell us a little bit more about the collaboration between KAUST and McLaren.
So the KAUST-McLaren collaboration was established in 2018. the summer of 2018, and it was primarily motivated by the need for McLaren to leverage upon KAUST's leadership in science and technology related to four key areas. The first is in the understanding of fuels and engines and in extreme environments such as a Formula One engine. The second is in aerodynamics research to improve the efficiency at which the vehicle travels on the track and improving the aerodynamics using computational fluid dynamics simulations. The third is about development of innovative sensors for measuring different parameters on the race car as it's zooming around the track. And the fourth is around data management, big data, and artificial intelligence so they can improve their optimization and decision making in race strategy. So these four key areas are areas in which KAUST has capabilities across our different divisions, and we provide these expertise in these areas to help essentially McLaren Racing perform better on the track.
And how does this collaboration contribute to a circular carbon economy?
So when we talk about a circular carbon economy, our goal is to mitigate carbon emissions to the atmosphere. And transportation or mobility accounts for about a third of global greenhouse gas emissions. Now, indeed, Formula One on its own doesn't contribute much to greenhouse gas emissions, but cars that go around all the roads, heavy-duty trucks, they contribute to these emissions. And Formula One is a platform for developing technologies, and in our case, low-carbon technologies, for eventual implementation in road-going vehicles. And to this end, what we're trying to do is to develop several key technologies. My main area of expertise is to develop low-carbon or zero-carbon combustion engines. And if we can make zero-carbon combustion engines by enabling the use of low-carbon fuels or zero-carbon fuels in these combustion engines in Formula One, then we can translate these technologies to light-duty passenger vehicles or heavy-duty trucks in the future. To this end, what we're aiming to do is we're developing novel formulations of things we call e-fuels or low-carbon fuels to enable the gas station of the future. So wherein you can go to a gas station and you can fill up your car with a carbon neutral fuel. And in Saudi Arabia, we aim to develop pilot plants for the production of these fuels in a project up in Neom at the Hydrogen Innovation and Development Center in Neom. We want to produce these fuels. And also we're working with the Ministry of Energy in Saudi Arabia to establish a roadmap towards production of synthetic fuels and low carbon fuels for mobility applications.
And how will this research impact the kingdom and align with Vision 2030?
So one of the ways we aim to impact the kingdom is first to ensure that hydrocarbons can be sustainable in the future. The kingdom is a large producer of hydrocarbon resources, and combustion engines and automobiles are also key users of hydrocarbon resources. Now, if we ever talk about engines, we think they're dirty, they're polluting, we need to get rid of the fuels. But our objective is to ensure that these engines can be cleaner burning, reduce the production of CO2 emissions. And in doing so, we can ensure that hydrocarbons used in those engines are also more sustainable, and we can sustain the markets for hydrocarbon fuels in the mobility sector. So besides even improving e-fuel formulation, we're looking at things like mobile carbon capture, capturing carbon dioxide. It is something we're also exploring, even possibly in Formula One, capturing carbon dioxide at some level and storing it on the vehicle and then removing it from the emission to the atmosphere. And how this aligns, of course, with Vision 2030 is these are all very innovative technologies. These are new growth sectors. Besides sustaining hydrocarbons or oil production and their use in mobility, we're also enabling the use of renewable energy in Saudi Arabia to be exported in the form of fuel. And this is essentially what places like Neom wants to do, use renewable energy to produce these low carbon fuels or e-fuels and export these fuels to markets around the world. Similarly, Aramco wants to use low carbon hydrogen from fossil resources to make no carbon fuels like ammonia and export that around the world. So what we're doing is we're enabling the kingdom to develop its new industries around renewable energy, carbon capture, storage industry, so it can impact the mobility sector globally 2030 and beyond.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with Mohammed Adawdi, Distinguished Professor of Chemical Science and a member of the Advanced Membranes and Porous Materials Center. How are you today, Mohammed?
Very good. Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
First, I'd like to ask you about your work here at KAUST. Specifically, what are these MOFs?
Yes, first of all, I would like to congratulate KAUST for this special day today. My name is Mohammed Adawdi. I am the Director of Advanced Membrane and Porous Materials. As you can sense from the name, we work on porous materials that will be good for many things, and I will discuss those with you today. And you mentioned metal organic frameworks. Metal organic frameworks is a special class of materials that are very unique. I've been fortunate to be one of the pioneers in this area for the last 20 years. And what is so special about these MOFs for people that don't know them, they're called metal organic frameworks, means they contain organic and inorganic components. However, the most important part is that you can design them and assemble them by design, means like almost like Lego chemistry, which gives you at the end a material that it will be very difficult to explain here, but I can just give you an idea that if you take 1 sugar cube of a MOF, which is 1 gram, you can picture that its internal surface is equivalent to the soccer field or football field, so about 7,000 square meters per gram. And the limit is the sky, as we say, and the applications are so tremendous, and maybe we can discuss today how is this involved in circular carbon economy.
I certainly hope we can. Thank you. So the MOFs, they can capture things that we don't want in the air and remove them?
Exactly. So MOFs, as I said, they're porous, means that you can control their entrance, and you can sense by controlling the entrance means that you can discriminate between molecules that go inside and outside. And when we talk about carbon capture, or this carbon that we think is our enemy between quotes, and I'll finish by saying is not our enemy anymore in the framework of circular carbon economy, is that you need to remove CO2 from nitrogen from flue gas. These are 2 molecules that you have that are very close in size. You have 3.3 and 3.64. So you need a material that can actually selectively discriminate CO2 from this flue gas and have it inside those pores. And the larger the pore means you can store large quantities, as well as the more selectivity means that you can actually remove the CO2 from low stream CO2 content like in the air or power plants. But if time permits, we will go through this in detail. Why is it important that you have to have a very specific material that captures CO2? Maybe I can go into that right now. Is in the atmosphere we have CO2 is increasing, and we are today around 415 parts per million, and we will have that increase happening, although we have high efficiency in many other renewables, but we will be dependent on using fossil fuel for decades to come. So there is a need actually to mitigate CO2 by capturing it from low streams like let's say natural gas combined cycle, or from the air, which we call remove and direct air capture. In order to do so, you need to have a material that can actually selectively capture CO2 from the air. And the good news is KAUST actually has one of those materials. We call it KAUST 7. And KAUST 7 refers to the fact that this material was built here in KAUST, actually in building 5, at the 7th anniversary of KAUST. So that said, that although we just launched today the Circular Carbon Initiative, we've been working in the circular carbon economy in a way since the inception of KAUST in 2009. And in the center, we've been working on that. So KAUST 7 can actually capture CO2 from air. If you have it in your hand and put it right here, and it's activated, it can suck CO2 from air because it has very high selectivity for CO2. And that opens a lot of avenues here. In fact, that means that we can capture CO2 from air as well as low streams like electricity grid, natural gas combined cycle, which has a very low concentration as well, up to 4%. And that said, the lower the concentration of CO2, the difficult is to remove CO2. And how is that important in circular carbon economy? I'll always say you cannot use nor store what you cannot capture. So the capture is a key component, and KAUST is actually a pioneer in developing materials like MOFs that actually will pave the way to successful implementation of circular carbon economy. Then when we capture CO2, we can actually convert it to other fuels, CO2 plus hydrogen, you get other fuels, or you can store it and so on. So I have no doubt that KAUST will play a role into the circular carbon economy, where providing better materials for CO2 capture in a cost-effective and energy-efficient manner. And in fact, as we speak today, we have worked in collaboration with Aramco and a company where we are actually trying to deploy this in Aramco in a year or so for 1 ton demonstration, which will actually be combined to natural gas combined cycle. And this is normally to produce electricity. So that brings us to the fact that we contribute to circular economy as well as the Vision 20, where we're going to provide cleaner energy and better environment by decarbonizing the grid and having a diverse energy mix for Vision 2030.
Very nice. So
I hope I covered most of the thing in a short time span.
You did a great job. So although we're here at the launch of the Circular Carbon Initiative, in fact, KAUST has been working on several angles of circular carbon economy for some time now, you're saying?
Absolutely. As I said, since the inception of KAUST in 2009, as you know, there is 4 pillars for KAUST, which is energy, environment, food, and water. And it's no surprise that the Center Advanced Membrane Porous Material was since day one, is because there is many challenges when it comes to adaptation, meaning reduced to energy input for separating commodities. And one important thing that most people don't know is we spend so much energy in separating our commodities, meaning that we spend almost 15% of global energy to separate commodities, let's say propane, propylene, ethane, which are the building blocks for many chemicals. And that means also you emit CO2 when you do the separations. And the objective in our center is to find better ways to reduce this footprint and thus adapt the separation technologies to not emit CO2. And we've been working on this since day one. And in fact, we developed materials, MOFs, and other membranes that can actually reduce this footprint efficiently. So that's one part which we call adaptation. Mitigation, which is removing the CO2 or reducing it, we've been working on that again since day one. And when I mentioned KAUST 7, that's hard work for a couple of years, and it was made public in a patent and a publication in 2016, which is the 7th anniversary of KAUST. And this material is a fruit of a long, hard work done here in the labs of KAUST for more than 5 years. And we have this material that's today is one of the best materials for CO2 capture from air at low concentration, which afford you to have high amount of CO2 absorbed in these materials.
Okay, and so this capture of carbon, this is key to Vision 2030. How does it lend?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because if you want to deploy the circular carbon economy, as I said, you need to have a better way to capture CO2 in an effective and cost-effective manner. The CO2, having CO2 is not the problem, it's how to get it out very cheap so you can use it and recycle it. So what KAUST is doing is to provide this platform that actually will allow to capture CO2 in a cost-effective manner. Then when you have that CO2, as I said, cheap in a way, then you can convert it to chemicals, then you have a net and you have circulate this. And for Vision 30, it's our work will allow to have better materials for CO2 capture in cheap manner, and also enhance the energy mix that now if you can get the CO2 cheap from the power plant or from the air, that means that now we have a source to diversify the energy portfolio. And I want to assure everybody that we will not actually not use fossil fuel. We will be dependent on fossil fuel for decades to come, but our work for Vision 2030 is to make those fuels cleaner and the planet greener for our kids and grandkids by deploying this way that we don't let the CO2 escape to the atmosphere, but capture it, or even take it from the atmosphere using our materials. And all this put together makes Vision 2030 feasible, and the circular economy as a powerful tool and vehicle to enable Vision 2030 when it comes to energy mix as well as environmental sustainability. And that's one point, and we should not forget that also KAUST is an enabler for the new brains, mostly in Saudi Arabia, women and men, that actually are familiar with these technologies. So one product of KAUST is educating students, and those people will be trained actually in this new energy mix where you can capture CO2 and use it. And they will be the new workforce for Vision 23 and for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Dowdy.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thanks for joining us today.
Congratulations to KAUST and congratulations to the Kingdom for adopting the circular carbon economy by the G20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we're going to hear from Nadia Karim, who interviewed Xavier Pita, one of our talented scientific illustrators here at KAUST. He's going to talk us through how he went and developed this infographic based on a circular carbon economy to illustrate how KAUST researchers are working toward a circular carbon economy.
Thank you for inviting me for this, and thank you for the kind words about the infographic. I'm a scientific illustrator at KAUST, and my primary role here is to work with our researchers, finding ways to communicate their research in a clear, accurate, and visually appealing way. And I'm also fortunate and happy to collaborate frequently with KAUST Discovery. And among some other things, I have the responsibility of creating the main infographic for the magazine. And so in this latest issue, we created this infographic about the circular carbon economy, which was a fantastic piece to work on. So this process started a few months ago. Me and Carolyn Unk, the managing editor, we sit down, we collected information about the research that was going on at KAUST, and we brainstormed ideas. And it was clear to us that we wanted to highlight the research, we wanted to show how it impacted the real world, and we wanted to explain to our readers who might not be familiar with circular carbon economy what it is about and what it encompasses. From here it started the more creative part of the process, and among sketches and doodles I started to put together ideas, and so I had envisioned this two-part piece, one that addresses the explanation about the circular carbon economy, and the other that addresses the research that is being done at KAUST. So for the circular carbon economy, I had in mind a sort of a diagram where I could show through symbols representations of the 4 R's, the 4 strategies to address carbon. And little by little, this symbol started to become populated in my imagination by these figures of scientists and researchers that are literally capturing, getting carbon and storing it. And I found that this was a nice conceptual connection to the actual work of our researchers. So I developed that part of the infographic based on that. Regarding the research being conducted here, I try to come up with symbols, images that would evoke to our reader what the research is. And at an initial stage, I was not completely happy with it, because it seemed like these symbols, these images, these illustrations were disconnected from themselves and from the real world. So I tried to put them together in a landscape, a very conceptualized landscape, but it shows the reader that KAUST is working towards putting this research, these applications into the real world, and that all of these things can come together in a way that can create a more sustainable future and environment and society.
Excellent. And what you've done is not easy at all. This size of infographic with the amount of contributions from KAUST, have you done anything of this caliber before, of this size before?
No, so at this size, no, this was a first. As I said, I frequently collaborate with KAUST, with the infographics, and we usually work with a lot of research, but it tends to be more focused, more narrow in terms of areas of research. This one was all over the place. There was research that covered all the different centers, all different divisions, apart from the sheer number of it. So one thing that made this infographic different is that we decided very early on that we would have to do it in a bigger format. And instead of the 2-page spread, we went for a 3-page spread because we had a lot that we wanted to show. There was a lot of research, excellent research being done at KAUST that we wanted to put out there and to share with the rest of the scientific community and our society.
Excellent, Xavier. Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're most welcome.
Hi, welcome back. I'm here with Professor Saikali, Pascal Saikali. He's an associate professor of environmental science and engineering in the Water Desal and Reuse Center. Welcome, Professor Saikali.
Thank you.
How are you today?
I'm great. How about you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for being here with us and sharing your time to tell us about your research here at KAUST and how it's contributing to circular carbon. Can you tell us a bit about these beneficial bacteria you work with?
Right. So basically, the focus of our research in the Water Desalination and Reuse Center is to develop novel biotechnologies to recover resources from waste stream in the context of circular economy. In order to do this, we use microorganisms, mixed culture communities that are present in the environment. So we harness the metabolic potential of these organisms so that they can convert the waste resources such as wastewater, for example, or organic food waste, or even carbon dioxide to some valuable chemicals and fuels. And also we can treat the waste and we can reuse, for example, water for different applications.
Okay. Can you tell us about how that can contribute to a circular carbon economy? I don't think it's obvious to many of us how these bacteria can do that.
So for example, existing wastewater treatment technologies, they are very energy intensive. And they're not designed to recover resources, potential resources such as energy or water for reuse. So with our technologies, we can actually transform wastewater from an energy intensive process to an energy efficient process, and even sometimes we can even go for energy neutrality. In order to do this, these organisms, they eat whatever substrate they find in wastewater, and they convert that into energy, such as methane gas or hydrogen gas. So this contributes to circular economy because now you can treat wastewater with less energy consumption. This means less CO2 emissions into the environment. So that's basically how we can contribute to the circular carbon economy using our beneficial microorganisms.
Okay, and taking this waste product of CO2 and actually getting energy
So
out
for
of
example, right, so we have, for example, a technology where we couple water electrolysis with microbiology. So with water electrolysis, you split water into hydrogen gas. So these organisms, they like to eat hydrogen. And when they do this, they also fix carbon dioxide to some valuable chemicals and fuels. So in this way, you can couple, so for example, water electrolysis to solar energy and convert solar energy to chemicals and fuels at the same time.
What kind of fuels?
So basically, you can convert them to methane gas, for example. You can convert them to cuproate, which is a carbon-6 compound. You can even go higher than carbon-6. You can go to carbon-8 and carbon-12 if you want to. So it depends on the type of organisms that you have in your system. And once we harness the right organism, and we are very selective with the product that we obtain. So we're basically, if you think about it, we're using biocatalysts and not inorganic catalysts to convert the CO2 to valuable chemicals.
Okay.
So these organisms are regenerative, so they grow, they die and grow, and they die and grow. So we don't have to add them every time. So you just add them one time, and you can run the system for a very long time without adding these organisms again.
Because they're just reproducing on their
So
own.
they grow, they eat the carbon dioxide, they eat the hydrogen, they're happy, and they go.
Great. Where did the first batch come from?
You can find them everywhere, to be honest. I mean, you can find these organisms in soil, you can find them in sediments, even you can find them in brine pool in the Red Sea.
Okay.
So they're pretty much present in, everywhere.
So you've worked with some directly from our own backyard?
Right, exactly. So they're present everywhere. So that's the nice thing. So we don't really engineer these organisms. We just bring mixed culture. If we provide the right selective pressure, they can do the right, they can basically provide the services that we're looking for.
Great. And so how then does that, can this work lend to Vision 2030?
Right, so let me give you one example. So with the increase in the population in Saudi Arabia, so there are areas where there's no access to centralized wastewater treatment network. So in order to build the infrastructure, you have to contribute with a huge investment. And also in some places it's very difficult to build the infrastructure because of the topography. And also if you want to pump the waste to the centralized wastewater treatment plant, it's a very energy intensive process. And even trucking the waste to centralized treatment process, you contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and also to air pollution. So through funding from the KAUST translation program, we are now able to build a decentralized wastewater treatment and reuse system. So basically these units can serve a population of 2,000. So if you think about KAUST with a population of 10,000, this means you need to have 5 units to serve the population. And these are modular. This means you can easily expand the capacity by building different units next to each other. So in addition to treating the wastewater, these systems can provide effluent quality that is suitable for reuse. So the reuse of treated water is very important and is in line with Vision 2030 to increase the utilization of treated water for non-potable reuse applications. In addition to that, the nice thing about our system, because it consumes much less energy than the existing technologies, we can easily couple it with solar energy. So in this way, it enables us to have an energy neutral and carbon neutral system to treat wastewater and at the same time generating water that the community can use for irrigation, cooling and other applications.
It sounds like these bacteria can go a long way.
Exactly.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Thanks very much,
Thank
Professor, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Up next, we're going to take a look at the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative video, which joins with our launch today. Thank you.
The circular carbon economy is a sustainable way of approaching energy and climate goals. It implicitly values all options and encourages all efforts to mitigate carbon accumulation in the atmosphere while facilitating global economic growth. Inspired by nature, it is a closed-loop system where carbon emissions are reduced, reused, recycled, and removed to restore the balance of the carbon cycle. KAUST is catalyzing the circular carbon economy by contributing scientific advances in the development of engineering, chemical and biological technologies, in addition to clean and traditional energy solutions, which include hydrogen fuel and other advanced materials. The city of the future efficiently manages energy production and use. KAUST researchers are developing technologies by integrating next-generation solar cells with efficiencies greater than 28%, hydrogen production, smart decentralized wastewater treatment, novel air conditioning, and energy-saving lights for smarter homes and neighborhoods. Artificial intelligence technology further supports city-scale planning and operation, enabling reduced energy consumption and CO2 emissions. The future of farming is sustainable and smart. KAUST researchers are using flexible, lightweight, easy-to-install thin-film panels as solar screens and semi-transparent solar cell windows on greenhouses to both optimize plant growth conditions and generate electricity. Emerging sensors and remote sensing tools offer an improved capacity to track and monitor water use and account for the carbon generated. Self-cleaning solar panels are used in arid, dusty regions to ensure power supply. Fresh vegetables are grown using salt water via technology that reduces typical greenhouse cooling requirements and ensures efficient plant growth. Organic waste is recycled for desert agriculture, increasing food security while significantly reducing water consumption and pollution to fight desertification and climate change. Decarbonizing the atmosphere to recarbonize the biosphere. KAUST researchers are seeking to exploit nature-based solutions to reduce atmospheric CO2 levels while enriching terrestrial and ocean ecosystems, focusing on a blue carbon approach via mangrove and seagrass restoration projects, on recycling CO2 with bacterial systems, and on algae farming. These solutions target both climate change mitigation and adaptation. Redefining CO2 as a valuable material, KAUST researchers are reusing CO2 in combination with green hydrogen to produce e-fuels that can be used for sustainable mobility, the conversion of renewable energy to formic acid, and catalysts that can turn CO2 into useful platform chemicals for fuels, such as methanol and syngas, can provide a blueprint for the gas station of the future. Green and blue ammonia are also explored as carbon-free fuels, and together with McLaren, we're investigating e-fuel formulations for Formula One cars. Carbon capture and storage are essential to manage down the impacts of atmospheric CO2 levels. KAUST researchers are helping to reduce the CO2 reaching the atmosphere and looking to remove CO2 that has already accumulated there. Novel materials and processes address capture directly from the air and at point of emission sources. Storage via geo-based solutions, including basaltic rock chemistry, use for enhanced oil recovery and for geothermal energy transport are also key. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has created its own National Circular Carbon Economy Program. As part of the S20 vision, KSA and 195 other parties have signed the Paris Agreement to lower CO2 emissions by reducing, reusing, removing, and recycling carbon. We at KAUST are doing our part to contribute to this at a national level by supporting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in championing their CCE program. KAUST's Circular Carbon Initiative aims to fill the innovation gap through multidisciplinary research and development. We welcome you to the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative, and we invite you to join us in discussing and exploring ideas to further advance the kingdom by improving the health of our planet.
Okay, thank you and welcome. We are joined here today by Professor Susana Nunes, and she's going to talk to us about her work which contributes to a circular carbon economy. Susana, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much for having me. So my work is on membranes, on polymers and membrane technology for different separations. You might be surprised where everywhere is separations. I think a big part of the energy consumption in the world is on separations. And it could be desalination, for instance, could be separation that's hemodialysis, or could be electrolysis for hydrogen production, could be fuel cell for new kind of batteries for cars.
So everywhere.
Everywhere. Chemical industry, separating really pharmaceuticals and so on. But the key point of all the separations, or at least of many of them, if they don't work with thermal energy, so if it's a low energy process, is a membrane. So and this membrane has pores which can be even below 1 nanometer. So it's really fine, and you need to develop that with nanotechnology, with polymer science, with chemistry. It's a very interdisciplinary work, and I think that's the beauty of that.
Nice. And you brought some membranes along with you
yes,
today.
I brought some.
So they are tiny, and as you just said, they're quite porous as well, and the size of the pores are extremely, extremely small.
Yeah, so I think the art is to not only to develop the chemistry and the pores itself, but to transform them also in a processable material and device, to integrate any device. So this is a middle way on that. So this is a fiber, which is a hollow fiber, is similar to what we will find in the artificial kidney, but it's also the similar one that we are using for a cooling device, so to hydration and dehydration of air or environment. And this is already very thin, but imagine that this is has very tiny pores, and it's coated with different materials, and you have to collect them all together in different layers.
Wow. And so how does your membranes compare to others that are already on the market or that are already used in industry processes?
Yeah, Yeah, I think today we can use, with the chemistry and the knowledge that we have today, we can go much far. No? So the idea is many of these membranes, like desalination, for instance, they separate completely different substances, like water and salt. But they are not ready to separate really very by small difference in size or shape or chiralities or so. So that's where we are working now. So really to have membranes which have a very fine separation, very effective, even if so you can reduce many steps in purification, and that you save energy also.
Absolutely, and you've said a very important word there, reduce. So if we were to categorize your research into one of the 4 R's, which we've been hearing a lot about today, would it be reduce?
Yeah, it will be reduce. I believe before you worked in, when it's too late in capturing the CO2, you should work also, at least it's all holistic, different approach, but I think it's very important to work before that, to work in advance, and to make process that we have in different sectors, also in chemical industry, where the chemical industry in this country is growing from now, so you are building new plants. So it's a huge opportunity so that you, from the beginning, you integrate processes that are much more advanced now, that are energy saving, so this in other countries or in place where you have already a very static, old-fashioned process, is much more costly to change that. But if you start now with a new process in a new plant, so I think there's a huge opportunity.
I can only imagine. And I think as well, so these small tiny membranes, they are categorized into the reduce of the 4 R's, and so they're quite energy efficient. And so what kind of impact can that have for the kingdom? Moving forward, trying to achieve our CO2 emissions for 2030 and 2050, as we are one of the signatories for the Paris Agreement, how can this impact the kingdom?
So this can impact first on, if you are developing chemical industry now, expanding that. So it's that you choose the right process, that you invest in the right process, and this could be membrane technology. You can have a process that will be much more effective in terms of separation, and this again is part of many industries. But can be also electrolysis, hydrogen. Before coming to KAUST, my main work was in hydrogen technology. So membranes can play a really essential role in hydrogen technology. Separating hydrogen is an electrolyzer, has a membrane on that, or you can have for renewable energy also, for fuel cell and so on.
Brilliant. Thank you, Professor Susana Nunes, talking to us today about her innovative membranes. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
It is now possible to retrieve high-quality images of individual fields daily at a resolution of 3 meters. And using this data, we can use machine learning techniques to identify the health and condition of individual crops. We can also monitor the water use of crops at specific locations within the field. Now together, these data allow us to track the problems as they emerge and allow farmers to take appropriate action almost immediately.
So the thing that excites me the most about our partnership with KAUST is the technology, the push we have between us as a partner. McLaren Formula One is based a lot upon technology. One of the things KAUST helps us with the most, and will help us with the most in the future, is advancing these technologies, making us a better team, working together in our partnership and basically becoming more advanced than everyone else. We use technology every race weekend. Even when we're away from the track, we use technology to help us as a team improve, but also personally and myself to improve. So while driving, we have live data which relays back to the team at the track and away from the track back in MTC. And all the while, they are then relaying back to me, helping me improve my driving, within 10 seconds or even less of when I've actually driven a corner. So we have live data which is helping me constantly, and then we're able to compare my data versus Carlos's and really improve as a driving pair. So I got to visit KAUST for the first time in January, and it was a pretty awesome experience. It's my second time to Saudi, but my first time to visit the university. And the facilities were pretty amazing. I think we're lucky here at McLaren to have such nice technology and facilities. So to go and visit KAUST and see the same and more of these types of facilities, it was pretty cool. And the whole surroundings, being next to the sea, the whole facility itself, not just the work, but the houses and everything. It was pretty nice. So for families and kids and whoever growing up at the university, it was pretty awesome. So that was very nice, and the whole buzz and excitement of the place was very positive. So I think it's a place where you can enjoy life, but also enjoy work, and I think that's a very good mix. Our partnership with KAUST is very important to us. We're proud to have KAUST as one of our partners. The work KAUST does is key to our future development and improving technology in the wider world.
Dust is one of the most important climate drivers, especially in the Middle East, because it is very abundant in this area. It affects air quality, but it also reduces incoming solar radiation and cools the surface. It protects corals, and it affects circulation in the region and provides nutrients for marine microorganisms.
Anthropogenic emissions, such as those related to industry and transport, are contributing to rising atmospheric levels of CO2. By developing technologies to manage this fugitive carbon, we can both reduce the human impact on the environment and produce valuable products. To do this, we need to move away from the traditional linear economic model of take, make, and dispose, and instead transition to a sustainable circular carbon economy that relies on reducing, reusing, recycling, and removing carbon. KAUST researchers are uniting to provide solutions for a viable circular carbon economy. For example, in concert with nature-based solutions, we are developing carbon capture technologies and exploring opportunities to safely store carbon underground. Meanwhile, combined efforts are aimed at optimizing energy harvesting from renewable sources such as solar and wind energy, while harnessing the potential of geothermal energy. Once harvested, renewable energy can be integrated to power carbon capture technologies and even to manufacture valuable e-fuels. KAUST, transforming fugitive carbon into a valuable resource.
We look at thousands of genetic markers and find the ones which correlate with salinity tolerance in hundreds of rice plants.
So we found certain genes, especially in the indica rice group, that proved to be more salt tolerant than other rice varieties, and this could be used for breeding experiments that could increase global rice productivity.
So our smart bandage provides early warnings for early signs of infection or ulcer development in chronic wound patients. For such patients, doctors need to collect long-term data for months. With our smart bandage, this becomes very easy and convenient to wirelessly send out this long-term data on day-to-day basis to the doctors. This would really change how the healthcare industry operates at present because remote healthcare is possible.
Controlling this color is experimentally very simple, as it uses codec technologies that are cheap and very easily implemented. However, to understand the mechanism of light-matter interactions that generates this color, it took months of work.
So we identify a large number of molecular pathways. They are able to fine-tune and therefore control the gender ratio in a population of fish. We systematically exposing fish to endosensory conditions in order to understand whether climate change can alter the molecular pathways.
Application of external electric fields allows us to run the flame at higher air-to-fuel ratios, and thus it can enable us to achieve lower emissions, lower harmful pollutants such as nitrogen oxides and soot particles. Our work is a major step in identifying the charged particles which are formed during the combustion process and which will be manipulated by the application of external electric fields. It paves the way for us to achieve higher efficiencies and lower harmful emissions from gas turbine power plants.
Hello and welcome back. We're joined now by Mark Tester, Professor of Plant Science and member of the Center for Desert Agriculture here at KAUST. Mark, thank you for joining us.
Pleased to be here. Thanks for the invitation, Carolyn.
Nice to see you. How are you today?
All right, yes.
Great.
Good.
Excellent. Now, we've asked you here today, albeit it's wonderful just to chat with you about anything, but we'd like to hear specifically today about your work here at KAUST. When I think about you and your lab, I think about plants living in salt water.
Yep.
So can you just talk to us a little bit about that?
You've said it. I'm interested in plants and how some plants can live in extreme environments, in difficult environments, and others die when they're in those environments. So what are the mechanisms, what genes are in those tough plants that are missing from the weak plants, and then can we use that information to help those plants which have got all the traits we want, you know, like our wheat or our rice plants or those nice oranges we had earlier, can we get those plants to be able to grow better in the tough environments? That's one of the main bases for my research.
Okay, what makes you interested in doing this?
The fundamental is that I'm a plant guy and I'm very interested in plants. The reality, of course, is that I want to also apply my knowledge and not just do things which are scientifically interesting, but also will have some benefit to improving the security of our food supply and the sustainability of our food system as a whole. And that's because water is one of the biggest inputs to our food system. You know, about 2/3, 3/4 of all the water humans use is for agriculture, for our food, which is amazing. So one date, 50 litres of water.
Wow.
It's incredible. You know, a kilogram of tomatoes, 300 litres of water just to provide a kilogram of tomatoes. And so if we can reduce our water footprint, the requirements of water for producing our food, we're going to improve the sustainability of that food production system. That's especially the case in places like Saudi Arabia, where water very obviously is limiting.
Right, most of our water, of course, is coming from our ocean. So that then has to be purified in some way to water our plants, taking more energy. And so what you want to do is design plants that are more tolerant to using that water directly rather than having to...
Yes, design plants and also build whole systems. So the plant is very important, and the more we can use salt water rather than fresh water for a plant, especially in open fields, that's a really good contribution. And also in covered agriculture systems. And where, remember, here in Saudi Arabia, it's pretty warm. And so for a lot of plants, especially for year-round production, it's really very beneficial to put the plants in a controlled environment, like a greenhouse.
Right.
And so greenhouses can be massively more productive than a open field, but they also use huge amounts of water still, mainly to keep them cool. And so if we can substitute a lot of that water for keeping those plants cool, a lot of the fresh water, with salt water, then that really has a very big impact. So I just said earlier, tomatoes, 300 kilos. It's actually a bit more in this region for a kilo of tomatoes. We can reduce that to maybe 20 litres of water.
Wow.
So a very big decrease for that kilogram of tomatoes in your bowl, on your table.
That is a dramatic decrease, for sure.
Yes, that's right.
And
yes.
multi-purpose use of this salt water to actually cool their environment as well.
Cool the greenhouse, grow the plants with it, and it's all, reducing that water footprint. And in the process, you're actually getting high quality tomatoes as well.
Amazing, great,
Yes.
thank you. And so this leads me to the next question I have, which is, you have a startup company as well, right?
Yes. So I've been working with, plants and understanding them and sort of directing my research, hoping it would become applied, but I've never really made it, to be honest. Haven't got over that line. Then I met an engineer, Ryan Lafers, who's also working on reducing freshwater footprint, but taking it from the engineering side, and that's when things can happen. So the magic has happened now. I think it's actually real. So we've got the engineering and the plant science coming together to develop systems that really have a massively lower environmental footprint, much greater sustainability for food production. So yeah, we've got the company called Red Sea Farms, and it's very exciting, I have to admit, because research is great, but then to be able to deliver your research, not just talk about delivering it, I think that's really good. And it's almost incumbent upon academics to try to do this. So we have a very privileged opportunity here to do research and to do what we really love. And obviously that provides a foundation for a lot of applications and improvements for society. But I think a lot gets lost as well. And so some of us, if more of us are able to actually convert the academic research, the applied research into true delivery, that's I think that's great. So yeah, I'm pretty excited by this company. Yeah.
That's a great partnership. Scientists and engineers coming together to design companies and
yes, that's right.
That deliver products that each of us can use every day.
Yes, and of course, I mean, Ryan and I, we've both had a good time. We're doing well. We were missing the money man, the business man, and we've got that now.
Okay.
Which is actually another person here, Dan Bryant, who also has his own startup. His brother, Simon Bryant, has joined our company relatively recently, and now we're flying.
That's great. So all initiated here at KAUST?
All at KAUST.
All at KAUST, great.
All at KAUST, Saudi company, working in Saudi for the benefit of Saudi. It's pretty good. We do aim to go international as well. We hope to do that during 2021.
Okay, great.
After COVID.
Great to have these ambitions for sure.
Sure, yeah.
And so this work, your company, your startup, this all lends to Vision 2030 and the idea of having greater food stability and security in the country.
Yes, Vision 2030 does mention food security and water security, and we're reducing energy footprint a lot as well. So we tick a lot of boxes on the 2030 vision. There's not a huge amount mentioned in 2030 on sustainability, but I think in many ways it's in practice a living document, and I'm sure there is a big increased realization of the importance of sustainability in the kingdom as well. So I think we're doing 2030 and beyond.
Wonderful. I think maybe could we say that sustainability is almost embedded in security?
Yeah. Yes. Well, technically, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And that's why I also like the way we've got our company built, because we're talking about sustainability, but it has to be economically viable. And personally, if it's not economically viable, then it's not sustainable ultimately. And of course, again, a lot of researchy end of stuff can be not economically viable, but will be in due course. So there's nothing wrong with stuff not being economically viable when it's at that R&D stage. But when you're at delivery, true sustainability has to be not just environmentally sustainable, but also economically viable.
Right. That's a good message to people who are thinking of starting new companies, not to let that angle stop them or halt them from moving forward, that these things can resolve.
Yes, that's right. Though by the time you're at the stage of startup, you should have cleaned up 80-90% of the uneconomic issues, because you've only got so much runway before your company either runs off the end or takes off.
That's good advice. And make sure you have a businessman.
And having, that's right. I love the engineer plant science partnership. That's definitely the foundation. But yeah, I know we'd be struggling by now without Simon, and so that's definitely the third part of the jigsaw puzzle.
Nice. Well, that's great. Glad to hear it's all coming together.
Yeah, thanks,
I know I've
Caroline.
tasted your tomatoes. I think they're better than regular tomatoes. So,
thank you.
Congratulations.
The saltwater helps with that.
Yeah. Oh, that's amazing.
Yes. Yeah,
thank you. So, thank you so much for joining us today.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for your interest.
Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Great. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
welcome back everybody to our live stream today for the Circular Carbon Initiative launch. I am now joined today by Professor Hussein Hotait. He's going to talk to us a little bit about his research. Hussein, you're most welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you for this opportunity. So again, yes, my name is Hussein Hotait. I'm in background, I'm a reservoir engineer. So we're working on the Ali Noaimi Petroleum Engineering Research Center here at KAUST. And our core business actually is to optimize hydrocarbon production, mainly oil and gas. But of course, you know what, now with the current challenge, right, world challenge, the dual challenge, I would say, between, including energy and environment, we're trying to give a more focus right now, I would say, from the traditional oil and gas industry to give more focus about the environment and how can we address this challenge. And we're capitalizing actually on our experience, right? Because we are the guys who produce and explore for oil and gas, and now we are working on what we call here the geo-based solutions. In other words, how can you capture CO2 and put it underground?
Wow.
For this.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So if you were to categorize your geo-solution technology and trying to capture CO2 and put it back in the ground, if I put it into the 4 R's, would it be remove?
Yes, so let me first state this, where I think now it's becoming very evident that there is no unique solution for this, but we're looking for a suite or a package of solutions. So every solution we need every solution actually out there.
Hence the name Geo Solutions.
Exactly, and this is where, of course, today we heard about different potential solutions for this major problem, right? That we all are trying to tackle. In terms of Geo Solutions, same thing there. We have also a package of different solutions or sub-solutions, let's call them, or focus on the subsurface. Some of them you can characterize them as the remove. So I can give some examples. One project that we're working on is related to mineralizing CO2 in the rock. So this is meaning that actually you can convert CO2 into rock. Okay, and this we see this actually in our daily life, where Mother Nature actually figured out this technology where you can convert CO2 into calcite, for example. So this is the white material that you see in the rock.
How long does that process take?
Of course, this is natural process that takes, it happens over geological time, right? For it.
I can imagine.
But this, just recently, within the last 5-6 years, this technology, people or scientists actually figured out a way to accelerate the process.
Nice.
So this under given condition, temperature, pressure conditions, and how you mix actually CO2 with water to accelerate the process. This is one pilot, and now this is expanding actually to, at the facility level, has been conducted in Iceland, and they showed that you can actually convert CO2 into calcite within very short time. So meaning that within a couple of years, you can actually sequester maybe 90% of the CO2 that you inject subsurface.
90%?
90%, okay. Yes.
That's a lot.
So it looks like to be very effective. Of course, like any other technology, it has its own advantages and challenges. So like anything else. But this is what we're trying to do. How can you optimize the conditions actually to make this technology feasible and tangible, and to contribute at a significant scale.
It almost sounds too simple.
Well, it is not that simple.
Does the rock have to be extremely porous?
Yes,
then?
so of course, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. And this we are actually a team of different researchers at the center, from the geologists, and we're trying to understand the rock, what's the porosity in the rock, what are the fractures, for example, the cracks, right, with the rock, because this is what will contribute to the flow, right, of the CO2. And then there is also the chemistry side, the geochemistry, because CO2 and water and rock that has some minerals in it, like calcium, magnesium, and so on. These are the ones that interact with the CO2 and form, right? Chemically, they form another actually component.
So do we want the calcium to be there?
Yes, we need the calcium.
We need it to be there.
And this is where we try to look at the rock that is more reactive. like for example the volcanic rock, you know, the basalt and so on. This is because it contains significant amount of calcium, magnesium and so on. So these are the cations that can react with CO2 and form you know, you know, different minerals.
Excellent. So, okay, so how does all of this then contribute to a circular carbon economy, which is
Yes.
what this whole initiative is about?
Absolutely. So so this is one solution. I will not actually putting all our eggs in one basket here. We're trying to look at different options.
Yeah.
All right. So we look at the basalt option, you know, sequestration in basalt, because actually the kingdom actually is rich in volcanic formation. It's mainly on the Red Sea coast. Actually, so we have the Harras, for example, here volcanic fields all the way to Jizan, you know, and we have enough, you know, rock out there, you know, that could have potential, right, to store CO2. But of course, as I mentioned, there's always, you know, challenges for any technology we work on, and we look at other options as well. So this is one option that we're focusing on. We're trying to evaluate and assess. There are other options that also we're considering, which we're actually trying to sequester or store CO2 in subsurface reservoirs.
Okay.
So this will be similar in, if you like, to hydrocarbon reservoirs, right? Hydrocarbon get entrapped under the subsurface over geological time, millions of years.
Okay.
And it stays there, it is safe, it doesn't leak, you know, and so on. And we're trying to learn again from Mother Nature to say, can we now capture CO2 and put it back on the subsurface?
Wow.
So this is another option that we're looking at. Our area is mainly actually on the subsurface, you know, so we're looking at the geology, we're looking at the fluid flow, how
Very
does
important
CO2
part, obviously.
yes, flow in the subsurface. Also about the integrity of the rock, making sure it doesn't crack the rock, for example, or escapes, you know, from the subsurface and so on. And then the other option also we're looking at is back to our core business, which is oil, right?
Yes.
And now we're thinking of how can you use CO2 to enhance oil recovery, okay? And in this case, it's gonna be what we call win-win technology, meaning that from one side, you're storing or you're capturing CO2 within the subsurface, you know, entrapping CO2 at the subsurface. And this CO2, by the way, CO2 is, it is actually a great solvent, so it helps actually to displace oil. Okay, and it's even more efficient than water actually that we use in the, you know, in the kingdom.
That's a fun fact that I didn't know before today.
Yes, so if you look at all the solution we're looking at, where really our main focus actually is on the kingdom, right? We're looking at these three options, and we have of course other options we're looking at from the basalt, from the aquifers, you know, injecting CO2 in deep aquifers, and this is meaning that this is saline aquifers, you know. This
so
is
an aquifer is?
Aquifer is, it is actually, it is a reservoir that contains water in it. So it doesn't have hydrocarbon. It has the porosity, so it has pores in the rock that allows fluids to get in, and also it has some characteristics, like it has what we call a cap rock. So it has a layer of rock above this aquifer or above this reservoir that can entrap the fluid in it.
Wow.
So it doesn't allow it to escape. You can think about it like, for example, a tank, all right, where you have closed boundaries in it. So this is naturally, this reservoir can form under the subsurface.
And holding the CO2.
And holding, of course, can hold anything, any fluid. And now, in our case, we're trying to search for these reservoirs, the suitable ones, and say, okay, can we put CO2 in it?
Wow.
Okay, and store it in the subsurface.
So it seems very relevant for the kingdom, to be honest.
And yes, this is, you know, of course, as I mentioned, we're definitely focused on the what happens in the kingdom, right? And we base actually our, you know, all our work is based on the hypothesis that hydrocarbon will stay, you know, will stay a main source of energy. I want to stress on that.
Are we talking about hydrocarbon?
Hydrocarbon, oil and gas,
oil
right?
And gas.
These are not, this is the way we see it actually. These are not bad source of energy, right? We use them in in our daily life, right? And we, you know, we use them for transportation, for industry, for electricity.
Absolutely. I think we need to accept that fossil fuels are here and we're
absolutely.
still using them.
And yes, we recognize that and acknowledge that there is the bad side about hydrocarbons is the emissions, right? Greenhouse gas emission that get emitted to the atmosphere. And what we're saying here, can we have hand-in-hand solution where we keep actually using hydrocarbon for to fuel our industry, to fuel our society, and at the same time we try to address the emission side where we say, all right, let's capture this CO2 and bring it back to the subsurface.
Wow.
So this is our our goal on all the research we'll do, and we believe it is feasible. CO2 sequestration in the subsurface, it is not a new technology. I want also to stress on that. This has been demonstrated. It is proven technology.
Okay.
All right. So technically, I would say the oil and the gas industry have been experienced the CO2 injection under the subsurface for more than 40 years.
Wow.
So we know how to do it. We know how to do it safely. But again, there's other aspects like the economical aspects, for example, who's gonna maybe cover the cost of capturing CO2 and injecting CO2 and so on. And this is still, this is a global problem. It's not only for the kingdom. It is worldwide problem where we try to figure out what's the best solution actually for it.
And I think
how
we've
to address
seen
it.
that, right? We've seen that in the last, year where there's been climate change protests absolutely everywhere. People are screaming out for solutions. So
right.
I want to live in a world where we have your geo solutions, and I hope we do someday.
Absolutely, and this is what we're trying to do here.
Thank you so much for your time today,
Thank you,
Professor.
Nadia.
It's been
Appreciate
excellent.
it.
Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come to the end of our event today. Thank you so much for joining this live stream on the KAUST Circular Carbon Initiative launch. And I am joined today by Professor Jorge Gascon. He is the CCI lead, and I just kind of wanted to check in and just see how you think the day's been going, and how important is this event for the Kingdom?
Well, I think that we should all feel proud of how well the day went today. We had a very clear message to give to the Kingdom, and is that KAUST has been part of the circular carbon economy since many years ago, since our university started.
Absolutely.
That our university is extremely well aligned with the circular carbon economy, and that we are here to contribute and to bring science to application.
Absolutely. And you said earlier in your presentation, it's been imprinted in our DNA since the inception, and I think we have demonstrated that today as well. We have far too many researchers in our expo halls explaining their research and talking to our external stakeholders. And that brings me to an important point. How vital is it that we're doing this all together as a team with external stakeholders in the Kingdom, outside the Kingdom? It's not just a one-man show, right? It has to be everybody.
I think that we are addressing one of the most important challenges that humankind have ever addressed.
Absolutely.
And this is something we are only going to get out of together. That's I think the main message of the day. We will do our part. I hope it's going to be a very important part, but without others doing their part also, this is not going to go anywhere.
Absolutely. So we as KAUST then are saying that we are here, we're open to collaborate, we are ready to move forward for a new future, for a more sustainable future, and to contribute to a circular carbon economy, and also reduce CO2 emissions and meet our emissions for 2030 as we sign the Paris Agreement as well. That is extremely important to mention, that it's not just us, it's the whole world is responsible for this, and we've seen it this year more than often with the climate change strikes pre-COVID. How vital this is for the world and for the Kingdom as well. So Jorge, tell us a little bit about your research that contributes to a circular carbon economy as well.
So my field of research is catalysis, and there we basically try to speed up chemical reactions. If you want to transform back CO2 into something useful, you need to go through a chemical reaction.
Okay,
And
you're the guy to know basically.
This is what we are proud of, call ourselves experts in. So we are developing catalytic processes to bring back carbon dioxide to the production chain, to close that loop in the whole circular carbon economy in which CO2 is emitted, is recovered, and finally is brought back to the production line.
Okay, so then if we were to categorize that into one of the 4 R's, which we've been hearing about a lot today, would it be reduce?
It's recycle.
Recycle.
But you should never forget that the major impact of catalysis so far outside industrialization has been in environmental catalysis. I mean, we can breathe the air that we breathe nowadays because we have catalysts in our cars.
Wow.
If those catalysts were not in our cars, the levels of NOx's and SOx's and other substances that are far worse than carbon dioxide,
all those pollutants,
will be much bigger.
Wow. Okay.
So catalysis is here to stay.
Very good to know. And so recently Saudi Aramco sent a container of ammonia to Japan. You're working on ammonia as well.
We are working on ammonia.
Tell us a little bit about ammonia.
So ammonia is a beautiful molecule because you can use it as a storage medium for hydrogen. So you make hydrogen completely free of carbon dioxide.
And hydrogen is
very difficult to transport because if you would like to liquefy it, you need to go to extremely high pressures and low temperatures.
Okay.
Or you can transform hydrogen into ammonia, which is a process that has been known for more than a century.
Okay.
Ammonia is liquid, transport that liquid ammonia anywhere you want, and then do the back reaction. So send back ammonia back to nitrogen, which doesn't contaminate at all, and there you get your pure hydrogen to be used wherever you want.
And we want to use hydrogen as an alternative fuel, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
To reduce CO2 emissions.
I think that nobody doubts that the future is hydrogen.
Okay.
That's clear. And I think that we start to understand better and better that it doesn't matter where that hydrogen comes, as long as it doesn't produce CO2 emissions.
Wow. I think I did a site cafe last year, it was on the hydrogen economy, and at the end of it I think I said the future is hydrogen, and I almost want to finish with that today. It sounds like the future is hydrogen.
Certainly is.
Thank you, Jorge, for joining us here today.
Thank you, Nadia, for all your contribution to this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Took him a minute to turn off his mark.